And hello, everyone, and welcome to One Civil Law, where, as always, we learn from the misfortunes of others, and I hope today will be the day I earn that legal subscription. For today's story, we are continuing our jury selection in South Carolina. We are in the historic Colton County Courthouse in Walterboro, which is about 45 minutes away from downtown Charleston to the west. So that is where we're at. And we are in the midst of jury selection day one. So far, we have had one panel of jurors that have gone through voir dire. We have eliminated the ones that are not eligible, and we have some eligible ones. And now we have panel number 2, wherein the process repeats. And it seems what we're doing is we had 900 people that we sent out voir dires to. We narrowed that list down on paper, unbreaded, and then we brought some of them into the courtroom, and we're doing, I'm not sure what it is, 20, 30 at a time, something like that. It's a little unclear, but something like that. And we're trying to figure out what conflicts they have through an initial voir dire. We're determining who is excused through the initial voir dire, and then we're having the eligible people stay on for later. So we've got, some number of them that are eligible, and then we repeat that process, and we'll repeat that process X number of times, from which we'll get Y numbers of jurors, and then from there we will select our actual juror panel. So there have been no jurors selected as of yet, is my understanding. So that is what's going on, and we are in the middle of, and also, as we're noted, we're also in the middle of trying to find me a wife. That too. We have many different goals, and these goals are compatible. So, does 900 reach Charleston? Does it stick to Little County? I'm not sure exactly where the jury panel is being selected from. I think it's being selected from the judicial district, which is like 8 different counties in Low Country, South Carolina. But I'm not exactly sure on that one, but that's, I think, what's going on here. So, yeah. And also, I spent the lunch break, first of all, having some soup, which was fantastic. I could try eHarmony. I've tried basically every dating service known to man. Yeah. Anyways, continuing on. What was I saying? Oh, yes. I also spent the lunch break, in addition to having some soup, I also spent the lunch break redoing the thumbnails. So I redid this morning's thumbnail, and then I redid this evening's thumbnail. So the morning thumbnail looks very similar to what you saw earlier, but I changed it a little bit. And then I changed this evening's thumbnail. So what I'm doing now, at least what I have for now, is I am going to do the morning, I have one mug shot on the left. In the afternoon, I have the other mug shot on the right. So that helps distinguish morning and afternoon, right? Mug shot on the left, mug shot on the right. And then for the other part, I'll have the exact same scene, morning and evening. So that's what I did. So if you look at the thumbnail now from earlier today, right, and the thumbnail for this stream, they are essentially the same, except one is set in the morning and one is set in the evening. See, isn't that cool? So that way you have one image on the left, you have his one booking photo of him on the left, the other one on the right, right? And then you have a scene from South Carolina in the morning on the left, and the same scene in the evening for the afternoon shift. And so that is the idea that we will be doing. And so today's theme for the thumbnail was downtown Charleston. That's what that's meant to represent. And then we will, as the days go on, pick other things from South Carolina. So one day will be like Fort Sumter. One day will be like Clemson University. One day will be, various things. It'll just be a palmetto tree or palmetto trees, Low Country, South Carolina, a plantation home, various things that are meant to bring the idea of South Carolina to light. So that is the idea going forward. And then we will just, so we'll pick whatever it is that day, it'll be palmetto trees. We'll generate some thumbnails that we like. And then once we find a thumbnail we'll generate versions of that for the morning and the evening. And there you go. So maybe a picture of the beacon, possibly a picture of the beacon. So yeah, that's a possibility. Lighthouse from Hillenham. You think Nick will find me a woman?
I understand 3 jurors may be missing. Is that right? Is it 3? 3. So are they on the way or? Yes, sir.
Mail order one from Russia. I'm not beyond it. If I could find a good service, I am not beyond it at this point. So maybe mail order is the way to go. I don't know. No, I am. Man. So wait, yeah. So jury selection is supposed to be today and tomorrow. You know someone who's done it? They have a daughter now. There you go. Thank you for thinking about how to distinguish the videos for us. Shows how thoughtful and conscious you are. I try to be thoughtful and stuff like that. It's like, how do I make things visually interesting? How do I make them visually distinct? You know, put the date in the bottom there too. And how do I distinguish it? And like, what can I do to make things interesting? It's like, you know, I try to think about some things. And thank you to the 500 of you who are here. If I could ask you so kindly, for those of you who have Twitter, if you could just click the link in the pinned comment and just retweet it, that would be really, really helpful. To help bring attention to the stream, I'd really, really appreciate it. So for those of you who have Twitter, if you could just so kindly click the link in the pinned comment and just retweet the link, that would really, really help. I'd like to help get attention to the channel, and with your help, that would really go a long way to helping me. So I'd appreciate it. And I'm going to go ahead and also, while we're talking, create the thumbnail for tomorrow so I can get that up and get that started.
And ladies and gentlemen, you're given a time to return. It's not an estimated time. You need to adhere to the court's instructions. You're to return at 2:30. We had 3 jurors late. I have a series of additional questions to ask you to determine your qualifications to serve. Is any member of the jury panel not a citizen of the United States? If you're not a U.S. citizen, please stand. If you're not a resident and citizen of Colleton County, please stand.
Well, there goes that question there, Colleton County.
If you cannot read, write, speak, and understand the English language, please stand. If you have less than a 6th grade education or its equivalent, please stand. If you have any mental or physical problems that you think would prevent you from serving on jury duty, if you have such a problem, please stand. Yes, ma'am. Tell me your juror number. 438. And why are you standing?
I have a letter from the DA. I am a disabled vet, and I fall out of
What does the letter tell me without mentioning your name?
It tells you that I'm 100%, terminated permanently and fully disabled.
From what type of disability?
It's PTSD.
All right. If you'll pass that up for me. And do you believe that you're not capable of serving on jury duty?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're excused. You have that number, right? Who is? He's the man. Yeah. Can you start over again, please?
I have ADHD and I have the medication proof right here. I can get the doctor.
South Carolina still kicks ass.
Your jury number is
I lived in South Carolina for 20 years, so I'm partial to it.
447. Any objection to this juror being excused?
Ooh, that looks good.
This questionnaire is not included. Did you all see it or haven't seen it? 447.
I'm generating thumbnails for tomorrow. Got a nice one for the evening. I'm generating thumbnails on a theme of a house on a lake in low country, South Carolina.
All right, you're excused.
And I like what I got.
Has any member of the jury panel been convicted of a crime for which you could have received more than 1 year in jail and you have not had your civil rights restored
Not convicted.
by pardon or amnesty? That is, if you have a criminal record involving a crime that you could have gotten more than 1 year in jail at any point in time in your lifetime, you're not qualified to serve on jury duty. It must be brought to my attention unless you have received the pardon or amnesty. If this applies to any of you, please stand. If you work as a clerk, a deputy clerk, a constable, a commissioned law enforcement officer, a county officer, or within the walls of any courthouse, please stand if you do.
You DQ'd?
If you have already served on jury duty in circuit court this past calendar year, that would be 2022, 2023. If so, please stand.
So if you're law enforcement, are you DQ'd? Is that how that works?
If you served as a member of the Colleton County Grand Jury within the last 3 years, if so, please stand. Or as a member of the grand jury of this county within the last 5 years. Yes, sir. Tell me your jury number. 831. All right. And which one applies to you? Did you serve on jury duty here in this courtroom within the last 2 or 3 years?
Yes, sir.
All right, your juror number is? Juror number?
331.
Okay, we'll take a look at it and get back to you in a minute. Yes, sir.
This takes back to the criminal question.
You received probation for what crime? for possession of marijuana, sale of marijuana, possession with intent to distribute marijuana.
Georgia, state of Georgia, marijuana charges.
Do you have confirmation of that?
The
Juror number?
If confirmation of that strikes me as funny. I'm not sure why. It's like, why would I lie? I'm that desperate to get on jury duty, I guess. I don't know. Oh, yeah.
Pardon?
It looks nice.
All right, so we'll speak with you a little further about that.
I'm going to go ahead and
There
schedule
are
the.
several exemptions for jury service. An exemption means you may choose not to serve. The first exemption is for those of you who may be 65 years of age or older and would like to be exempted from service. If you are 65 years of age or older and you would choose not to serve, please stand. Yes, tell me your jury number.
259.
And you are what age? All right, thank you. You're exempted. You may leave. Yes, ma'am.
267.
And you're what age?
67.
And your juror number is 267? And you are exempted. Thank you for coming.
All right, so we'll be on tomorrow at 9, right? 8 my time, right?
Another exemption
Yeah,
concerns
great.
prior jury service. No juror is required to serve more often than once every 3 calendar years. For the first year, you're not qualified to serve again. For 2 additional years, you may choose not to serve. If you have already served within the last 3 years and you would like to be exempted, please stand.
This will be 24th. And this will be in the morning.
And we
It
have
will
the
be
juror
8 o'clock my
131.
time.
We're checking on yours.
Okay,
1:30.
and that's
3:31.
I had, the case of Sanders, Latin, and the others. And
joys of streaming.
I couldn't understand what you said.
Be 24th a.m.
trial of Candy, Sanders, and, girl Kelly, my dad. William Sanders.
We'll speak with you further if you're not on the list of people who've already served. If you have, we'll let you know in a moment.
Okay. Thumbnail up. I don't know if that's the right thumbnail. It's not. No. Yeah. It looks
The next
good.
exemption deals with those of you who may have small children under the age of 7 and no one to care for them while serving on jury duty. If you have a small child or small children under 7, no one to care for them, and you would like to be
Schedule that.
exempted, please stand.
So is that for tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All right, and number 322 is exempted. You may leave. Yes.
Jury number 395. I have a 7-year-old and she also has.
Great. So that's scheduled for tomorrow. Fantastic.
395 is exempted.
Now I go over to live.
408, for your daughter.
Great. And I changed the
408.
redirect for today,
408 is
so it'll
exempted.
redirect you to tomorrow.
248. I have
Fantastic. And while I'm in here, I'll set up slow mode for 15 seconds.
248 is exempted. Thank you for
Done.
coming.
Great. Easy.
The next exemption deals with those of you who may be attending school or working at a school, and you have a school-related conflict and would like to be transferred to a time you do not have a school-related conflict. So please stand. Tell me your juror number and the basis for your standing.
387.
Thank you for the 790 of you who are currently here, by the way. I appreciate every one of you who are here. It's awesome to have so many people here, especially for these preliminary stages. It's really, really encourages me. Can I turn on closed captioning? I can.
To come back.
Well, if I have to, I have to. Well, I'll be something.
When will you be available to come back?
In the summer,
All right, she'll be transferred to a summer month, and you may go. Yes, ma'am.
46.
Doesn't seem to be any closed captioning. Closed captioning is on, but nothing's popping up on the screen, so I don't know what's up about that.
When will you be available to be transferred to the summer? Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I am 393 and I have an April as a single mom, but I'm also a teacher. And my son goes to school in Berkeley. So I would do that. Go to school.
Any objection to this juror being transferred?
That's a mistake, Your Honor.
All right, you will be transferred to a summer month. Yes, ma'am.
Site manager at Charleston County School. And we very late. And I will-
Justin says, just want to thank you for not begging for likes every 5 seconds, and you're a cool guy. I do try to keep it down to a reasonable number, you know, try not to make it
587 will
overly
be transferred
excessive.
to a summer month.
Why can't they use volunteers for jury duty? They
587,
can if they're
is that right?
volunteering for jury duty in
Yes, sir. We
general. I
transferred
think
to
New York
some-
does. I think New York has some sort of thing where you can volunteer for jury
You are
duty.
employed with the Department of Corrections.
can't
and would
volunteer
like
for a
to be
particular
exempted.
case,
Please
but-
stand. If you perform services for a business, agricultural, or commercial enterprise.
Do you know this is from
and the
Murdaugh? Yeah.
Services you perform
I
are
think
so
they know that, yeah.
essential that the business would have to close or stop functioning if you are required to perform jury duty. Therefore, you would like to be exempted to prevent the business or enterprise from closing or stop functioning. If that applies to any of you, please stand.
I suppose that technically applies to me
Yes, sir.
because that would mean that the enterprise that is on civil law would stop functioning.
I'm self-employed.
So I guess I'm
So,
exempted
self-employed
because
and
the business would stop
Type
working.
business.
You hand me a record, punch out record.
All right, number 420 is exempted.
Although I guess I could try to stream in the evenings or something. It would be
Yes.
hilarious.
yes, sir, I'm
Lol.
the analyst for military and I'm the sole logistics at this time. We have new contracts and things going on that they are cost without me.
You're employed where?
Mancat in North Charleston.
Stream from the juror booth. That'd be good.
Qualify
Yeah.
under this exemption.
Could meet a nice girl during jury selection.
Your
This is a
juror
fair
number
point.
now is
439.
439. Yes, sir.
413, that's my first year in business for myself.
Oh yeah, I'd never make it on jury. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way on this earth.
What,
I'd make it on
what
jury.
do you have? Pardon?
Underground utilities.
If you qualify for an exemption, you may go. Yes, sir.
Our numbers 405. And I'm
I know the law better than you do, Judge. Lol.
3 employees and 7 contract trucks. And if I'm not there, we'll shut down.
All right, number 405 is exempted. Thank you for coming.
I wouldn't quite say it
You are
that
the
way though,
primary
because
caretaker of someone who is
you know
elderly
that
or
seems like a bad plan.
incapacitated,
But
and you need to be exempted to care for someone who is elderly or incapacitated. If
Do I like
so, please
golf?
stand.
not especially.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
the way to find girls, we can talk.
I have a grandmother with dementia. My cousin still with her in the daytime, and once I get home, she leaves and I take over and I have to
262. All right, you're exempted from service.
I'll tell you, fine, man.
Ladies and
I
gentlemen,
wouldn't recommend telling the judge that you believe in jury
going through all the
nullification.
qualifying questions and
This is likely to
exemptions
be held in
for jury
contempt.
service. It may be that you're qualified and not entitled to an exemption, but that service this week would impose a hardship upon you for some reason or another. I cannot excuse a qualified juror who is not entitled to an exemption, but I may transfer you to come back at another time under appropriate circumstances. This case, State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, is expected to take weeks to trial. And
Did they
based
ask
on
questions in
those
the summons?
circumstances and
I don't know
any
how
other
South Carolina does it.
circumstances
Some
that
states
exist
ask it in the
with you,
summons, some states don't.
If it imposes a hardship upon you to serve on jury duty.
Jury
this
pool
week,
is 900.
please
I'm not sure how many are left. Or
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Service imposes a hardship upon you at this time? Are you about to tell me who you know or something?
Yeah.
All right. We'll get into all that another time. Your jury number, ma'am, was what?
446.
446, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I'm 258. I don't drive, so I don't have to pay much.
And how did you get here today?
Family member dropped her off, but she lives in Beaufort.
And you live where? In what town? In Walterboro? In Walterboro. All right, so you have no transportation to get here, is that right?
No, sir.
Do you have any other issue with serving on jury duty?
No, sir.
So we'll address that issue with you in a few minutes. Yes. Yes.
my birthday, and went to blow the candles out.
All right. And where's that new job? All right. We'll transfer you to come back in about 6 months. How about that? All right.
You guys want to see the thumbnail for tomorrow?
Two what?
What do you think? I think it looks pretty good. To look forward to for tomorrow.
What kind of job are you starting tomorrow?
If you have an embarrassing disability, can you only
Yeah.
divulge it to the
When do you
court,
wanna
or do
come
you
back
have to
and see
divulge
us?
it publicly?
All right. We'll transfer you. to
I'm not
come
sure
back in
exactly how
6
that works, to be 100% honest. But thank you for your chat.
Okay, and jury number 331, it's been confirmed when you served 2/18/2020, and you are exempted from service. If you would like to
Okay,
be
and then I'll show you this. So I'll show you like this
would you
idea
like
that
to
I've got
stay or
going
would you
on.
like to go? So, he is gone.
Early, it's a laugh riot over here in South Carolina.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have some more specific questions now to ask you pertaining specifically to this case. The defendant, Alex Murdaugh, also Richard Alexander, also known as Richard Alexander Murdaugh,
Show you the idea that I got
has
for
been
the thumbnails
charged with
too.
murdering his wife Maggie Murdaugh and son Paul Murdaugh
All right.
on June 7th, 2021.
So this is now the thumbnail for this morning. So you got downtown Charleston in the morning in the sunrise, right? And then you have his mugshot on the left. So that, and then you have a variation on the theme. Downtown Charleston in the evening with his mugshot on the right. See, so you got the same like idea, morning and evening. And then here's for tomorrow morning, a house, Low Country, South Carolina in the morning. Variation on the theme, house, Low Country, South Carolina in the evening. So that's sort of what I got going on in terms of the thumbnail idea. So
And did you give
a
it
little
to me?
behind the
this
scenes
evening?
work
Yes.
there. Yeah, he's going to tell him about the basics of the case. Yeah.
240, 439, 441, 337.
A lot of critics in chat. A lot of critics in chat.
254, 319,
I grew up in Columbia, Deb.
358,
351,
282,
343, 338, 390,
226, 266, 384,
446, 398,
278,
346, 370,
367, 249,
255, 397.
432.
396.
If you did not stand in response to the last question, please stand. Meaning if you have not heard anything about this case, read anything about this case, or know anything about this case. So please stand and tell us your juror number.
244.
I've never heard of this case. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate all of our uncivilian members. For those of you who'd also like to become a member, you can hit that beautiful join button or the join link. Stream Elements tells you about from time to time,
Thank you.
including most recently. Like 4 chats
Those
up,
of
you can go
who-
click on that to become
who
a
have
member.
indicated that you have heard something, read something, or know something about this case. I need to know the source of your information. And I don't need any details from you concerning anything other than to tell me whether you've heard or know something about the case based on news articles, television, radio, podcasts, personal conversations.
From On Civil Law, the greatest law commentator also known to
or the
man.
like. So tell me, if you'll stand, give me a juror number and tell me your source of information about this case. Yes, ma'am.
349.
There you go.
Watched a documentary on Dateline, and I also saw something on network. And just regular evening news as it
All right, thank you.
303, just local newspaper and evening news.
Thank you.
It was just a not really conversation, but my mom mentioned the name, I heard that name before.
Your juror number is,
294.
it's on your tag as well, 294.
394,
just on the news.
Thank you.
258, someone called on the phone and asked me if I knew it.
You told me you did not know anything about it.
Did not know.
All right. And you didn't stand before, so you still don't know anything about it.
Sir?
So you did not stand before, so you have not, you said you didn't know or hadn't heard anything about it. Now you're standing saying someone called you about it. Is that right?
They called and asked me if I knew it, and I said no.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Never heard of it.
Over this side.
240, just local news, headlines, et cetera.
Thank you.
228, news, family members.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many people are in the room. If I had to guess, like probably 30 to 50 people are in the room, something like that.
39. My husband had a documentary on TV while I was fixing dinner, so I know that.
All right, I need to know what you know. Just tell me how you know. Source of your information.
A documentary and gossip at work and
Gossip at work.
Thank you.
249, personal conversation and podcast.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from this side?
both party land and news.
Okay, just a moment. Let's start on the front and then go from one row ahead and back. There you go.
403, just news articles and meetings.
337, news. 251, which news?
254, documentary.
219,
Courtroom holds 250. Maybe it's that many. Maybe it is 250 at a time. James from court were either in groups of 80.
358,
That sounds about right.
351,
Yeah, they're in groups of 80. That sounds about right.
282, local TV.
James from court apparently is there. Yeah.
338, local news, national news, and personal conversations.
390, news, Facebook articles, and podcasts.
266 news.
384, local news, different various documentaries on TV.
446, Facebook, podcasts, documentaries, and other. 398, documentaries and local news.
278, news.
I thought about going in person. I just didn't really see the point because I obviously can't stream if I'm in the courtroom, and then, you know,
267, news.
255, 397, the documentary news, word of mouth.
332, news, word of mouth. 396, Facebook articles and personal conversations.
Considering everything that you have read, heard, conversation with others, if you have formed an opinion as to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Murdaugh regarding the murder charges for which he's on trial, if you have formed an opinion concerning his guilt or innocence, if you have, please stand.
I have no opinion. Really don't.
And tell me your juror numbers. Yes,
Well, I know for a fact he's innocent,
this one.
at least as of the moment. So, not sure that qualifies as an opinion.
343,
266, 367, 249,
255, 397,
396.
And ladies and gentlemen, our jurors are to decide cases based on evidence presented in court, applying the law as given to you by the judge, by me. having formed an opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant, if you will be unable, not capable of setting aside those opinions and deciding the case solely based on the evidence presented in the court and the laws I give it to you.
Yeah,
So
just
please
audio.
stand if you,
Just audio.
Your opinion is
Total
so
sense. You don't want
fixed
you don't want to show the
that you're
jurors
firm that you'll be unable to
after not showing the judge. I guess is a little weird, but
decide the case solely based on the evidence presented, but you decided based on the opinion you already have. If that's your case, please stand. All right, and tell us your juror numbers who are standing.
439.
249.
And if you all will remain standing on 439,
249.
249. We start at the front and go back.
403.
403.
266.
397. 255.
And 249.
Are there any objections to those jurors being excused? Yes.
I don't know if that qualifies me as a drama channel or not. I guess the chat can debate amongst themselves whether the fact that we provide commentary on law cases and stuff qualifies us as a drama channel. The nature of the rule was more about like the nature of like drama within like LawTube was more about the spirit of the rule or the idea of the rule. It's like we're not here to create drama with other creators, especially ones that are within the genre of LawTube, right? So that was the idea. But I don't know. Are we a drama channel because we cover law and cases? Is that make us drama? I don't know. Drama would imply fiction. I don't know if drama implies fiction either. Yeah, law nerds are not law drama, yeah. It was more about not having beef with other creators, and like especially like, you know, as the clips channels and the haters are out there saying shit about various people or whatever, putting them into whatever bad lights. Like, we're not here to create drama, you know, especially internally. Like, you know, we will make fun of Eliza Cuts / Sipe / Nose / Ho, however, but you know, that's fine. She started it. Hey, there's 1,000 people watching. For the 1,000 people that are watching, thank you so very, very much. This is incredibly validating to me on a personal and professional level, since this is now my full-time job. The fact that I have 1,000 of you watching me and being part, especially when not much is happening, makes it very rewarding. It's like, hey, maybe this is working out. You know, it makes me feel like I'm doing something right.
Have you remain with us, and we'll speak further with you in a bit.
Eliza is most definitely not part of LawTube. So yeah, that is yeah. Although then again, maybe she is.
If any member of the jury panel is
maybe Eliza is a member of
personally
LawTube because
acquainted
she
with
says that she's been
Alex
studying the
Murdaugh,
law for years.
You've
And we
been
should study the
represented
law
by
like
him
she
in the
has for
past.
years.
You're a
So
personal
maybe she
acquaintance,
is part of the law
friend of
too.
his.
And I need to reconsider
So
my
please
post
stand.
against her in light with my own policy.
And tell me your juror number, please.
Lol.
And ma'am, will that fact affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
This is not a death penalty
Any
case, no.
objection to this juror being excused?
Nothing to say, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I think we should treat this juror the same way as the group that you just talked about.
These are fairly typical juror exceptions. The 65 or older thing is pretty typical.
Backing up, ladies and gentlemen, both the state and the defense are represented by counsel, and we'll have them introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ray Waters. I'm from the Attorney General's Office, and I'm the lead prosecutor in the case against Alex Murdaugh over there. With me is a team of prosecutors. Right here, I have David Fernandez. Next to him is Savannah Dow. Next to him is Johnny James. Sitting over there in the bench, we have John Conrad. We have my boss, Don Zelenka.
Saying this chat is up there with Tugs is a nice compliment. Thank you.
That will be the prosecutorial team that you may hear from if you get selected to serve in this case. Thank you.
By the defense. Yes, sir.
My name is Dave Robinson. I'm a lawyer in Columbia. I will be defending Alex Murdaugh along with Jim Griffin, also an attorney in Columbia. This also is Phil Barber in Columbia, with my firm, and Margaret Bond, who practices with Jim Griffin.
Does the use of lull refer to the standard dictionary noun meaning of
If
lull?
any juror is
Sorry
related by
for my
blood or
ignorance.
marriage or socially acquainted with,
In this context, lol is
have
LOL.
any type relationship
Laughing out
with
loud.
any
It's
of
me
the
laughing at my
lawyers
own
that have been
joke.
represented by any of the lawyers in
It's
currently or in the
say-
past.
it's me laughing at my own
So
joke.
please
That's what
stand.
lol is.
If any member of the jury panel or any member of your immediate family or significant other is employed with or has ever been employed with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, the State Law Enforcement Division, SLED, the Solicitor's Office for the 14th Circuit, or the Attorney General's Office of the State of South Carolina? If so, please stand. Yes, sir. Tell me your juror number and tell me why you're standing. And would that fact affect your ability to be fair and impartial if the agency which your family member is employed with should testify?
Yeah.
You said
Yes.
it would affect your ability?
Yes.
Do you believe that you could be a fair and impartial juror? All
Yeah.
right. Thank you, if you'll stay with us.
390, my husband was employed with Colleton County Sheriff's Office in 2010.
Potentially criminals here?
Thank you.
Potentially criminal. If you want a invite, let me know. I'll be happy to send you one. Just send me a Twitter message if you want to invite, and I'll send you the link back.
And that person's name is?
Your Honor, this particular juror is related to a witness in the trial, and because of that connection, the state would recognize the fact that she needs to be excused in this case.
Don't worry, ma'am. Yes, it says it fits.
Yes, we agree, Your Honor. She was on our agreement on the list previously.
All right, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you.
Let's get Sean up in here.
Where?
Do you pronounce it South Carolina?
That's currently or formerly? And when was that? And do you believe that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
Gotcha. I'm not up to
Juror
date on
number,
all
one
of
more
the
time,
lingo.
ma'am.
Lol, I know.
446 is excused. Yes, ma'am.
Juror number 390,
All right, Sean's coming on.
She's the what? The clerk of court.
Just for a little while.
She made a good juror. We don't talk a whole lot.
Jennifer, my video was helpful.
Do you believe that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. You'll be able to stay with us at this time. If you or any member of your immediate family or significant other is employed with, have ever been investigated by, arrested, or charged by, or prosecuted by the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, SLED,
I've been impressed by both sides' attorneys so far,
Solicitor's Office of
Melissa.
the 14th Circuit,
I've been impressed
or
by
the
both sides'
Attorney
attorneys.
General's Office.
So this could be a really good
Please stand.
case.
If any of you or any immediate family members of yours or significant others worked for, been investigated by, arrested by, charged by, or prosecuted by Colleton County Sheriff's Department, SLED, Solicitor's Office, or Attorney General's Office. So please stand. All right. Tell me a juror number and the basis for your standing. Yes, sir.
282. My daughter, who's
They said there were 80 in each pool. That's what Janusville Court was saying. There were 80 in each pool. I'm not sure how many
Believe
total
that would
pools there
affect your
are.
ability to be fair and impartial in this case. All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My son was charged in Colleton County as a juvenile.
And do you believe that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
Yes, sir.
And what is your juror number?
390.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
I was investigated for armed robbery to kill.
Sean coming on.
Say that juror number loud and clear.
432.
432. Do you believe that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Oops.
Sir? All right. Based on your experience, are you telling me you cannot be a fair and impartial juror?
I'm biased as hell, Your Honor.
You're kind of mumbling. Talk louder for me.
Honestly, no.
You cannot be fair and impartial. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. So juror number 432 is excused. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Number 403, I was in law enforcement, another officer did something he shouldn't have on a case that we were working, and I was questioned by SLED. The case was not directed towards me.
Do you believe that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
Best juror question I heard. What was the last book you read? Cat in the Hat, read to my
If
kid
any of
last
you or
night.
any members
That's
of
very
your
sweet.
immediate
That's a
family or
sweet answer. I
significant
like
others
that.
have been employed by
That's a great answer. It's truthful
law
and sweet.
firm of Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsworth, Dietrich, or the Parker Law Group. If so, please stand. If any juror has been represented by
Thank you
Peters,
very much.
Murdaugh, Parker,
We do try to make
Ellsworth,
membership
Dietrich,
affordable here on the channel.
or Parker
We
Law
appreciate
Group,
all of our uncivilians. Everyone who is a member and has the scales by their name gets to call themselves an uncivilian.
For those law groups. If so, please stand. If you've ever attended any function, events, parties, giveaways, raffles, gatherings, or any related activities sponsored by Alex Murdaugh or the law firm of Peters Murdaugh.
It's a bit concerned for defense that so many are dismissed so easily.
Dietrich,
No, not particularly.
or if you have
I think it's
any
why they had like
personal
900 jurors and
relationship
they sent out
with
like
Mr.
900
Murdaugh or his
questionnaires.
family or the
It's like they were
firms.
anticipating
If
some
so,
of it, you know?
please stand. If you have any religious belief or otherwise that would prevent you from determining the guilt or the innocence of the defendant based on the evidence presented in court, if so, please stand.
If you have any religious belief, that'd be a good one.
And sir, and tell me the basis for your juror number and tell me why you're standing.
249.
My belief is the state can do no wrong. All hail Hydra.
All right, and juror number 249. We'll speak further with you in a few minutes.
Thank you, Kelly L, for becoming a member. And that beautiful join button. Appreciated. Do I have merch? I do have merch, as a matter of fact. There is a link to it in my link tree. Connect with me. And also, I think the bot tells you about the merch link every once
Based
in a
on
while.
the questions asked thus far, if you know of any reason why you cannot serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case and give both the state and the defendant a fair trial, if so, please stand. All right, no one is standing.
No, I can't give the defendant a fair trial because I disagree with your interpretation of State v. Farm.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are a
282
long
Fed
list of people who may testify
581.
as witnesses in
You
this
just read
case. So I
footnote.
need you to listen closely
I'm
and
coming
tell
on?
me if you are familiar with any of these
Send the link.
witnesses.
Did it work? Am I ignoring him? What's happening now? I didn't see him pop in. Did I miss him? I hope not. I can't be a fair juror because I want a Schwartz hearing. This judge wouldn't have any idea what a Schwartz hearing is either because it's a Minnesota specific case. But that's funny. That's a good one. Yep, there's the link for merch. No, I appreciate if you don't have 99 cents. I appreciate, that some people may not be able to afford it. It's literally the least YouTube will let me charge you. So I made it as literally as affordable as I can. But if you don't have 99 cents, I understand. Some people have to really watch their finances. And, if your choice is between me and eating, eat. And I hope your financial situation will become a little less tenuous because, if 99 cents, if you're that tight on money, which I totally understand, but if you are, I hope it becomes less tenuous because that is not comfortable. Is Murdaugh on the court? Yeah, sure. Of course he is. He's entitled to be there. He's entitled to see all the proceedings against him. This is the same judge that proceeded over some other trial, and he's awesome. Nice picture, by the way, Tiny Dancer 86. Is the song gone out? Yeah, sound is out. The court mutes the audio sometimes when they're discussing more private matters or whatever. Thank you, sweetie. Aw. Well, if you were born 86, that puts you right in my age range. So if you're single, holla. That make you 37? I can make that work. Cold here, get a blanket. Get a blanket. She graduated in 86. She graduated in 86.
Ladies and
She went
gentlemen,
through
I
a
need
little-
to know if you know any of these prospective witnesses, have had any association with them, and the like. Daniel Green from the Carrollton County Sheriff's Office, Chad McDowell.
Closed captioning just popped on for no particular
Sheriff's
reason.
Office, William Cody Pruitt. Sheriff's Office, Tanish Bryson.
Am I going to
Smith,
Vegas with
Hampton
Nick?
County
I hope so.
Dispatch, Angela
I've asked him for the
Stallings,
specific information twice now, so I can book my stuff.
Carrollton County Dispatcher, Dathan Varnado, Sheriff's Office.
You're single, divorced for 8 years, North Carolina native, and 36. Give me a ring.
Fire and Rescue.
We might be able to make it work.
From SLED, Melinda Worley, Thomas Darnell, Rachel Wynn, Paul Griffin,
You can drop me an email or a DM on Twitter.
Olivia Begman, Olivia Cartwright, Rachel Noel Johnson, Christine.
I'd happily live in North Carolina. North Carolina's a great state. And I grew up in South Carolina, so, you know, right
Norris
next door.
Lafitte,
And my parents would like that because they live nearby, so that'd be good.
Laura Rutland from the Sheriff's Office, Jeff Croft from SLED, Katie McAllister from SLED, Claude C.B. Rowe, Roger Dale Davis, Michelle Shelley Smith, from SLED, Christian Moore, Jennifer Nates, then Belinda Rast, Maylin Haynes, Barbara Mixon, from SLED, Sarah Zapata, Kukila Kiki Wallace from SLED, Megan Fletcher from SLED, Britt Dove from SLED, Jonathan Van Houten from the U.S. Secret Service, Paul McManigal from the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, Rebecca Gregg from SLED, Bobby Bancroft from SLED.
I'm 42.
Hightower
I was born in 81.
Circuit Solicitor's Office.
I just had my birthday. My birthday's in January.
Falkoviski from the FBI, Brian Hudock from SLED, Tom Bevel, John Bedingfield, Nathan Tootin, Nolan Tootin, Willis.
I grew up in South
Will
Carolina.
Chapman, Marion Proctor, Todd Schnick from SLED, Chris Wilson, attorney Lee Cope, attorney Mark Tinsley, Carson Burney from the Attorney General's Office, attorney Michael Gunn, attorney Johnny Parker. I said attorney Michael Gunn. Is he a lawyer?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Yeah, Michael Gunn is not a lawyer.
He's announcing names of witnesses.
Jan Melanowski.
Yes, it's okay. He's announcing names. He's announcing
Harry
names of potential
Sauls,
witnesses.
Harriet, Ryan Kelly of SLED, Andrew Farmer, and Charles Long, formerly of Campton County EMS, Curtis Eddie Smith, attorney Mark Ball.
I have one
Dan
younger
Wright,
brother.
SLED, attorney Ronnie Crosby, attorney Danny Henderson, Representative, Custodial Records Representative, Savannah Memorial Hospital, Jessica Dunovan, registered nurse at Savannah Hospital, Tommy Robertson from SLED, Kenneth Martin, VGA.
No, I agree with you, Tiny Dancer. I do really love the South, too. Texas has been really good to me.
Sydney
But I
Freeman,
agree with you.
Hunter
I definitely
Wilson,
don't want to leave the
Bailey
South,
Wilson,
broadly speaking, because
Anthony
I think it's great.
Russell, Sheriff's Office, Joshua Dirks, SLED, Lynn Black from SLED, Blanca Turibiate, Simpson, Kenny Hughes, Rogan
I moved to
Gibson,
North
Will
Carolina, no
Logan,
problem.
Bart Proctor, Randy Murdaugh, Jenny Seckinger, Annette Griswold, Peter Radowski.
You might like Texas, too. It's a very free, open
Alfred
state.
Johnson from
A lot of cool
JLA
places to live in
Investigations,
Texas.
David Grubbs from the Attorney General's Office.
We can get a
David
ranch.
Baldwin from the Forensic Science Network. Kenny Kinsey.
We can raise some
Orangeburg
cows.
Sheriff's Department. From SLED,
Moo.
Dave Owens, Charles Gint, Ryan
Moo.
Neal, Oswaldo Toledo from the Attorney General's Office, Jason Cook, Jason Chapman, Sheriff's Office, Greg Cook, from SLED, Courtney Adams, Jamar Albo Yaldi, Mitchell Altman, Alice Hazel, CPA, Mark Altman, IT.
The border wide open is a bit scary. It's not that scary if you're far enough from the border, which in Austin I certainly am.
Matt Brown SLED, Frank Chapman,
But-
Charles Chapman, Delilah.
If you're not like right up near the border, it's not that big a deal.
Timothy Collier Senior SLED, John Connolly, Highway Patrol, Tyrone
Plus,
Corbin,
if you don't already know how to shoot, which I'd be
Warrenville Fire
surprised,
Department,
being a North
Keith
Carolina
Crosby
girl,
from
but
the
if you already know
Sheriff's
how to shoot, I'll be
Office,
happy to
Gary
teach you.
Davis, Mary Ann
And we'll teach you how to
Dempsey,
defend
Richard
yourself.
Dixon,
problem.
Morgan Dowdy, the Sheriff's Office, Richard
Get some
Haley,
cows.
Nancy Drawdy, David Drawdy, Deputy Coroner, Donna Eason, Ashlyn Gant, Hallie Godley from SLED, and Jamie Hall from SLED, Virginia Hadwin, Scott Harriet, Richard Harvey from the Sheriff's Office, Laura Hash and Bailey Haynes from SLED, Mitchell Hazel, William Hedden, Adrienne Hefney from SLED, Gray Lafitte Henderson, Kendrell Henderson from the Hampton County Sheriff's Office, Marcus Hayward from SLED, Gary Buddy Hill, Sheriff's Office, Tommy Hines, SLED.
SLED is the South
Albert
Carolina Law
SLED,
Enforcement Division. They're
Chandler
the state
Honey
police in
SLED,
South Carolina.
Jennifer
And they like to think that they're
Huntington
like some
SLED,
combination of the FBI,
Stephen
ATF,
Hudson, Graham
and like everyone
Hines,
else.
Graham Holmes.
They have a very sort of
William
pompous
Hutto,
air to them.
Jessica James, Highway Patrol, Christy Gerald, Hannah Jefferson from SLED, Blake Jefferson.
We could live in
from SLED,
Dallas.
Brian Jones. from
That's very
SLED,
far from the border. Big town. Or even Fort Worth.
Johnson.
That'd be cool. Live in Fort Worth. That'd be cool. So Houston or Fort Worth could be good.
Johnson from SLED,
Yeah, this is jury selection.
Pat Keegan from SLED, Tommy Kennard, Tanya King, Wayne Kirby III from SLED.
Oh, you like shooting skeet? I like shooting skeet too. I haven't shot skeet in a while. My father is like a championship skeet shooter.
Henry Lafitte, Rebecca
The
Lafitte,
national
Paul
skeet shooting
Wilson
championship
from
is held in
SLED,
San Antonio.
Stacey Lodehope from the Sheriff's
So
Office,
if you want to
Dave
use
Long from
the
Sheriff's Office,
if you want to use the national
Elizabeth
skeet
Lafitte,
shooting ranges,
Malinowski,
we can go to San
Vera
Antonio and shoot down there.
Martinez, SLED, Linda McElhaney, William McElveen, Lee McGinnis, Leanne McGinnis, Jacqueline McKay, SLED, Haley Moody, John Nelson from SLED, Haley Nelson from SLED, John Peters, William Pope from the Sheriff's Office, Captain Samuel Rigsley from SLED.
Thank you very much, Mask 316 for 20 gift memberships. It's very generous of you. Thank you.
Dr. Ellen Reimer, MUSC pathologist, George Riox, Sheriff's Office, Major Tommy Robertson, SLED, Diana Rowe, Walter Salisbury, Anthony Sampson from SLED, Christopher Serene from the Fire and Rescue, Michael Satterfield, Jeremy Smith from SLED, Khalid Smoke from SLED, also
Howdy,
James
Kurt.
Talon III.
What's up?
Dana Temple, Philip Turner.
Not too much.
Russell
Jury selection,
Nelly,
so exciting.
Dr. Louise Vega,
That's not so bad.
Courtney Thomas,
Yeah. Oh,
Khalid
you do them
Smith,
enough, and you're like,
Tammy
not when you're not
Weber,
actually doing it. It's just like
Wexler,
watching
Chad
paint dry.
Westendorf, Samuel White from the Hampton County Sheriff's Office.
Does it sound like they're gonna have one picked
Lawrence
soon?
Wiggins, formerly SLED. Matt
It looks like they'll be done by
from
tomorrow,
FBI,
I
David
think.
Williams from SLED, Matthew Williams from the Fire and Rescue, Madison Willis from SLED, from the Savannah Memorial Hospital, and various.
Yeah, that's Sean from Potentially
Dr.
Criminal down there
Bromberg,
with the big
Caitlin
P.
Bowman, Dr. Kerry Jeter, Alice Dion, Dr. Brandon Runyon, Dr.
Yeah, I turned my camera on, but my laptop's
Quincy,
fighting
Dr.
me.
James Mitchell,
Okay.
Dr. Brittany Matthews, from SLED, Lisa Chapman, Bailey Morgan, Margaret, Paul Lee.
These are a list of all the potential witnesses. They will not call all these people. They have to give a list of every potential witness, though.
Hunton, David Weaver, Al Jarvis.
How do I feel about
Nelson
dogs?
from the Sheriff's
I'm a fan of
Office,
dogs. much rather have a dog than a cat. I'd love to have a dog, like one with big floppy ears, like maybe a beagle, floppy ears or something. That'd be good.
Elise Taylor Mallory.
Thank you for the
John
gift
Martin,
memberships, by the way.
Thomas Moore, Pamela Pinkley.
Dogs are always good.
Natasha Thomas, Buster Murdaugh, John Marvin Murdaugh, Liz Murdaugh.
If you can, always try to get a
Kennedy
rescue. Don't
Brandstetter,
shop.
Terry Brandstetter, Marion Brandstetter, Russell
Okay, how I
Lee,
do it?
Jay McGill, Joseph Dangle, Scott
Make sure to check out Potentially Criminal
Charles
on his
Lafitte
YouTube
II,
channel.
the third.
You can follow those links.
Yeah, thank you very much. And tonight,
Harold Trey Matheson the third.
I may be having Matt LaRose here from Floodbusters on to talk about the ATF's pistol brace rule and apparently some scare tactics or people panicking for no reason.
People are saying Basset Hound. Maybe a Basset Hound's the way to go.
Cotton,
Yeah, and if I get it done tonight, I'll be having on my
Eisenstadt,
I think Logan
Tim
Paul might be
crime scene,
getting indicted.
Mike Sutton, crime scene.
I could definitely see a
Kenneth
Basset Hound in my
Percy,
future.
crime scene.
But I really hope your stream later goes on. That sounds awesome with Floodbusters. Sounds like a
Yeah.
great stream.
Computers,
Yep.
forensics, William Tobin, GSR,
Yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry.
firearms and ballistics,
Judges,
Michael Sturgis, Cellbrite,
Need something
digital
to go over the
evidence,
judge.
Dr. Amy Gordua,
Basset Hounds are good, but you're going to have a lot of howling in your
Lynn
streams.
Goetti,
You
Oh,
only
I
need-
did forget to give you the official LawTube welcome.
Elizabeth Robinson, Kyla Robinson,
You wouldn't even need a sound deck when you have a hound. He'll
Another name
be
earlier.
barking up a storm for you.
Philip Strother.
See, Elon's talking about
Those are
schnauzers.
the
I have
list
a
of possible
Schnauzer poodle.
witnesses in this case.
mix.
If any juror knows any of them, do you have any relationship with any of them, any personal or business?
Beagle
dealings with
Basset
any of them,
mix.
Please stand.
I like this idea. This
Yes,
is
sir.
sounding
Tell me your
promising.
juror number and why you're standing.
What would I name the dog?
And
Dog.
that fact prevents you from being a fair and impartial juror should you
Mere
testify.
dog.
Thank you.
Dog the dog.
And should that affect your right to be a fair, your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Should your
Uncivil dog.
first cousin testify? You believe you would be adversely affected? You would be biased one way or the other if your first cousin testified? Pardon? Okay. All right. Any objection to excusing number 319?
I know the county where this occurred was very rural, but where they moved it to, was it very rural as well? I'm assuming.
I'm not exactly sure where this occurred. I'd have to go look it up, where his
Okay.
family house technically is.
Well, I know the county seat where they're doing this is only like 5,500 people, and the
Yeah.
county itself is like
Yeah.
35,000 total. So
Yeah.
that's actually kind of
Yes, sir. We'll speak with you further in a little bit. Yes, sir.
that's like
Yes,
average
sir.
for Ohio in some parts.
We were trying to find me a wife, Sean. We have a candidate in the channel, so we're hoping.
Well, I don't know, man. Hey, Kurt, just do like a
Witnesses without affecting
go do like an
the
uncivil law from Kiev and just wave your passport around
Thank
and
you.
be like
Yes, sir.
all those nice Slavic
And
ladies.
should you testify without affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Thank you.
We had before, there were several people on the list that I knew also in there and for.
Oh, Douglas, you're talking about answering things on your jury questionnaire. Those are questions that I may want to know. If I'm trying to pick a jury, what are your political positions? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? That's entirely normal. I mean, if you're wearing a mask in jury selection, I'm going to start making some assumptions and calculations about it. But yeah, everything we're asking is to try to figure out whether or not we want you. If you refuse to answer them, the court would probably say, like, hey, why are you refusing? And you probably have to tell the court in private why you didn't want to, but
Thank you. Yes.
255,
Watson in chat asks, is this a law channel or is this a pickup chat or a law nerd channel asking for a friend? Why not both?
yeah, give me both.
Why not both?
But yeah, here we go. I also heard you met up with Louis Rossman.
I did. Yeah, we had dinner last night. It was nice.
No, say
You know of any other reason why you should not be
gonna be
selected
nice.
to
There's
be
not really
on
any
this jury?
prominent
Please stand.
YouTubers running around Cleveland. I'd like to
At
rip
this
into.
time,
So
if you know of any reason why you should not be selected
That'd be a
to
good
be on
time.
the jury.
He had to be pretty psyched about the whole John Deere thing
Any
lately.
additional questions proposed by the state?
They got the right to repair all that stuff.
None from the state, Your Honor.
None from it for Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to, let's see.
The county has 38,000 people in it, and they send 900 jury questionnaires.
That's a lot.
That's 1 out of 38, except it's worse than that because
Yeah.
you're doing the people who are over 18.
And then half those people are still not showing up either or
And,
filling out questionnaires.
We'll speak with you a little bit.
So basically, we've
little bit,
subpoenaed the entire county to show up for jury duty at this point.
You have to. I mean, oof.
You'll stand.
I just like there's a county in Ohio that's got 13,000 people in it. Imagine if it happened there.
266, 249, 255, 397. Is that 279 or 249? And that's 279. I think I called 279 and 249 and 319. When I excuse the other jurors for the day, only to have you all remain to ask you some questions. Any other jurors should be included on the list.
Yes, Your Honor.
I just always go back to Leonard French. He met his wife through his channel.
Oh, he did?
Tell me who they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
He met his wife who was teaching in Scotland at the time.
Stand, please.
Yeah, and
And then
doesn't
they lived
he,
together, married in Luxembourg.
doesn't he work out of Europe now or do stuff out of Europe now?
He lives in Luxembourg now.
90,
He was living in Youngstown, Pennsylvania at the time,
30,
and he met his wife through his channel /Discord,
439.
who was a teacher in Scotland.
Additional ones.
And now they're married and they live in Luxembourg together.
439,
So,
we have,
you know, it happens.
446.
She must be from there because that's really hard to get. It's really hard to get citizenship there.
Thanks for doing this, Kurt.
I don't think she's a citizen there.
Oh.
At HHI Annual
So,
Visitor
ladies and
Sunday.
gentlemen, and those
I forget
of you
where
who
she's a
see it,
citizen
just
out of.
let
It's
you know,
not Scotland.
the others leave,
Somewhere
you
else in
may be
Europe.
safe for a little bit.
So she was
See
teaching in Scotland because, of course, at the time Scotland was part of the EU. And then when
So, ladies
Brexit
and gentlemen,
happened, she
except
needed to
those
find somewhere else to
jurors
go.
who just
And now she's
identified,
teaching at a school in
you're
Luxembourg.
Qualified
So,
as jurors. We have 4 separate
the murders
panels
happened in
of
Colden County.
jurors.
That makes sense.
We have another panel, I think, was due here around 3 o'clock. And who we'll begin speaking with in a little bit. We're going to excuse you all for the balance of the day. We need you to call after 6 p.m. to the number that was provided to you by the clerk. Is there anyone who does not have that number to call? You have some jurors who
Wanna tell us?
have the number. How's
You want
that?
to tell us on the stream? I'm sure we could look it up, but
The bailiffs will.
Belgian? She might be
the
Belgian.
number.
That sounds right.
We need you to call back after 6 p.m. for a message telling you what time to return. I anticipate that it'll either be late tomorrow afternoon or early Wednesday, but we'll not know for sure because we have to deal with some of the other jury panels. So we need you to call back not before 6, but after 6 p.m. You're still on jury duty. Please do not discuss this case at all with anyone, fellow jurors, family members, or anyone. Please do not engage in any form of social media research or communications. And do not look at anything through the media. Remember, you're under oath, and we need you to maintain that oath, the sanctity of the oath that you've taken, and we look to see you all either late tomorrow or on Wednesday. Thank you very much. Those are your excuse.
Your accent's extremely bad. That's all right. Be fine.
That big boy.
Well, I guess they're done with that panel for the moment.
Mm.
I think they'll.
Hello, Madam Bailiff. I said just a moment. Yeah. Sir, were you told to stand? What's your juror number?
384. I was not told to stand back.
There is a Youngstown in Pennsylvania. Yes, there is.
Yes. It's probably a lot nicer than the Youngstown in Ohio.
No, let it go. Yeah, you're supposed to stay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you may proceed.
I'm sorry to hear that your mom passed away, Crystal. I'm really sorry to hear that. You are in our thoughts, and I hope that you'll be able to, deal with that appropriately. I'm really sorry to hear that. I don't really know what to say, except that I'm sorry. And
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who were asked to
Yeah, that's
stay,
about
we're
it.
going to ask you all some additional questions. So we'll call you back one at a time and speak with you for a short period of time and give you further instructions at that time. So we'll be in recess in court while we speak with those jurors. First juror being number 258. Madam Clerk, you're going to be able to call them who you need as you need them. You have to call the juror. Somebody call them and tell them it's their turn.
so, yeah, I think they're basically done with this panel. They're bringing them in groups of about 80, it seems. From James in court, who's down there in person, he said they're bringing him in groups of about 80. And they did one panel earlier this today and got their initial qualified jurors. Now they're doing another panel. So it seems like they're wrapping this group up. I think they'll try to do one more today if I was a betting man, although it is 4:00 on the East Coast, but they might try to get one more group in today so they can wrap this thing up by tomorrow. So it seems like what they're doing is they had 900 people that they sent out initial paper voir dire to. Then they, from that, brought in some subset based on presumably the answers to the voir dire. Then however many they brought in, they're bringing them in groups of 80 and asking them basically all the basic voir dire questions and eliminating all the disqualified ones. And then you have some group that's left from each of them, however many that is. And so you do that X times, and then you have, however many that is, and then you do a more thorough voir dire to pick your actual panel. It seems to be what they're doing.
Okay. Yeah, when they do these big pools, it's always, there's really not a way to go wrong with them, it seems like.
Yeah. And this is just turning into one big family reunion because it's entire county. It's like the entire county showing up. So it's like,
yeah, well, that's the thing. It's which but that's the problem when you're in such a rural setting that happens very, very quickly.
Yeah. And we'll get to a jury of 12 plus however many alternates we're going to wind up having. I'd have a few if I were a judge in this case. I'd be like thinking, about 6 sounds about right.
Yeah.
So 6 alternates.
Oh, I think that's at least 6. Yeah. I mean, do they think this is going to be 2-3 week trial?
They're saying February 10th is what they're saying.
Oh, that's the end date?
Yeah.
Oh.
That appears to be their tentative target. It's February 10th.
I can't imagine. How much crap do they have to be going that long?
The prosecution can get quite lost in motive. So, because this guy's been indicted for 103 different crimes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. He's got 106 crimes.
Yeah. So 106. You're right. It's 106, not 103. So I stand corrected. Yeah.
It's going to take him a little while. And they're all. Yeah, you're right. They're all not related to the murder.
Yeah. Anyone related to these people? It's like, yeah. Well, that's my cousin. That's my. It's like the family tree. The family tree is a little linear in this part of the country.
Mm-hmm. Well, I did when I was an intern in law school. I interned for a prosecutor's office, and they had a murder trial, and it was funny because in the jury pool, and these people ended up on the jury because so many people have been struck. They were kind of stuck with this, and it balanced out. The one lady was like best friends with the defendant's aunt, who ended up being a witness. And then one of the people on the jury was the niece of one of the detectives. And they'd run out of people, and the judge kind of like, we got to do something, because they had already struck the guy who was married to one of the prosecutors. Not the prosecutors trying the case, but he was married to one of the prosecutors in the office. And they had struck so many people. They also had this issue of, and believe it or not, somebody was given jury duty and they didn't live in the county, but they were given.
I've seen that happen before. I've seen that happen before, especially if they moved at some point.
Yeah. Well, no, this guy's like, he's like, no, I've lived there for 20 years. He's like, I've never had this happen. And then one guy came in, and he was on the jury, and they're asking him about his record, his personal life and everything. And they said, is there a reason why you can't be on a jury? He's like, well, yeah, I'm a felon and I've been convicted of a crime. They're like, what was that? Oh, murder. So, and yeah, I looked it up. I was sitting there, and I looked it up, and he did murder like in the 80s.
Oh, was he excluded on the basis of the murder conviction?
They sent him home.
Aww. Like I'm particularly well able to adjudicate this murder case because as a murderer, I know what to look for. I could also be an expert witness. Lol. Right?
Yeah.
As a serial murderer, let me tell you, I don't think this guy did it.
Well, no, it was just a regular murder, but yeah, this was a stick-up that went wrong. And the thing was, this guy,
I may have heard some people say certain states have family trees that don't fork, or their family tree is a
the guy, and it was in the middle of like a snowstorm, and the police just followed the footprints throughout the neighborhood. And after he got done, the jury, he could tell some of the jurors were a little uneasy, and then the judge said, like, just so you guys know, this guy had been released from, he was 19, but he had just gotten out of juvenile prison, like, 90 days prior to the murder for an armed robbery, and apparently some of the jurors were like, "Oof." They felt better.
$4.99 from Linda F. who said, "Thanks for doing this, Kurt. I appreciate your insight. A HHI annual visitor that's Hilton Head Island." $4.99 from Pampered Shelley, who said, "I may have heard some people say certain states have family trees that don't fork, or their family tree is a wreath." That's very good. I like that. I've never particularly heard that one before, but I do like family tree as a wreath. That's good.
Well, Kurt, you want to hear a joke?
I would love to hear a joke.
Okay, you know what a girl in West Virginia says the first time she has sex? It's not bad. It's not that bad.
Okay. What did she say?
Get off me, Dad. You're squishing my cigarettes. You know what a boy in West Virginia says?
No.
Get off me, Dad. You're squishing my cigarettes.
Wow. Wow. That is interesting.
Did you? Apparently, chat's liking it.
Chat is liking the joke.
Yes. Somebody's saying Marlboros. Geez, that'd be fancy.
Cools,
like
baby,
basics.
cools. That's right. Lord.
Gotta smoke some basics.
Sarah Silverman says it's going to go on longer 2 days. I don't know. They seem to be doing a pretty nice clip. But yeah. And are they going to do this thing on Wednesday? Where they're going to actually start the case on Wednesday? That'd be cool. I'm planning on covering the whole thing. I've been following this case, and it is from my state where I grew up, spent half my life, so.
Oh, sorry, Kurt. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to
No worries.
answer an email real quick.
Dead air. There is a little bit of dead air. Kelly L. Burke.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Some people are really, really good about like Nick Ricade is really good about that, about just talking forever about whatever. And so I admire him for that. I don't know where he gets the ideas or stuff. He just talks endlessly, I guess, just whatever stream of consciousness. Could talk about my workouts. That's, I'm planning on, I'm going to try to get to the gym this evening, and I think try to go to the gyms in the evenings so I can continue to get my workout on and get my swole on, so I can change my name to Swole Law.
What are you working tonight?
Whatever the app tells me to work. I use this app called Fitbod, and it keeps track of my workouts, and I just do what it tells me to do.
Oh, you're not doing not repping out the bench tonight or anything like that?
No.
No.
Did you see that there were decisions from the Supreme Court this morning? This guy wanted 30 years of back benefits as a veteran for disability, and that he just applied for. So I'm just applying for this now, and I want 30 years back benefits, and the Supreme Court's like, no.
Wait, that got all the way? I'm surprised that had to get all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why they took that.
Imagine that they bumped to take that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they took that one to be particularly. And then in Ray grand jury got digged. So they had this huge argument, or had oral arguments like recently. We did it on my channel recently with attorney-client privilege, and they dismissed it as improvidently granted. So annoying.
What was that one about? I don't think I followed that one, Kurt.
So here's my understanding of the case. A guy wants to give up his U.S. citizenship for tax reasons.
Okay.
He wants to move overseas and expat. And as part of that, he has consulted a lawyer. The lawyers are giving him legal advice, and they're also giving him tax advice. The U.S. government has come into the belief that he is evading taxes illegally. And so they, through the grand jury, so the case is called In Re grand jury. So a grand jury got together to investigate from the federal government, and they subpoenaed records. They subpoenaed records from the company and from the law firm that represented him. The law firm turned over some of the documents, but as to other documents, they said it was attorney-client privilege.
Yeah.
The U.S. government argued that it wasn't attorney-client privileged as to some of the documents because some of it was not legal advice, because if you just go to an accountant for like accounting advice, it's not legal advice, it's accounting advice. And the law firm said Well, as to some of this, it's inseparable. We can't separate it out. We can't separate the legal advice from the non-legal advice, so it should all be
Yeah,
presented.
and
The
the
US
accounting is part of the tax advice. So yeah.
Yeah.
That makes
So anyways, they refused to turn over some records. The district court ordered them to turn over some of the records. They turned over some, but not all. As to rest, they're like, we're not going to do it. So the district court held them in contempt. Ninth Circuit confirmed the contempt, and they appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, saying, "Well, attorney-client privilege." And the U.S. Supreme Court just said, we shouldn't have heard that case. So, yeah.
So it's the Ninth Circuit's.
So the Ninth Circuit decision stands that says that they have violated, that they have improperly withheld certain records.
So why did they punt on it?
I don't know. They didn't say. They just did a one-liner. It was a really interesting oral argument that I covered recently. I thought it was a great case dealing with, is the right test the predominance? Is it a primary purpose? Is it a substantial purpose? Is it any legitimate purpose? Like, what is the nature of the thing? And there was a great oral argument, and there was questions over the standards and all the rest of it, and Supreme Court dismissed as improvidently granted. So, kind of annoying.
Wow. Yeah, great. That's what the DOJ needs, more incentive to run roughshod over more stuff.
Sean O'Brien says, how can I make a larger super chat? Well, as always, I would encourage you to choose to donate through some means other than super chat, because YouTube takes 30%. You can donate through StreamYards. If you go to my Connect with Uncivil Law, for example, it will give you a link to donate through StreamYard, or the bot tells you about it from time to time. Or if you just want to give it directly with PayPal, you can do paypal.me/uncivil-law. All those ways are ways to support the channel, and we do appreciate everyone who helps to support the channel. The nice thing about donating through Streamlabs, is it still goes up on screen. So that way people get recognition.
How much does Streamlabs take?
Streamlabs doesn't take anything. They use PayPal as a processor, so PayPal takes 3%.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah. And Debs June gives 10 gift memberships, which is appreciated.
Oh, very
Thank you very much. Gift memberships kick ass.
Yes, they do.
Sean O'Brien gives 99 cents. Thank you very much. How many people in the jury pool have been eliminated? I haven't been keeping track, but a lot.
Yes.
Yeah. When you select the super chat and it gives the number, what you just type in is $500, and then you super chat that. That's how you do it.
Yes. It only works if you do 500. Apparently.
Yeah, it has to be 500. Yeah.
You gotta pull a dark side, Phil, and say, "Well, if I don't get that $500, I'm just done."
30%. Yeah, 30% is a huge cut. That's one of the reasons the bot tells you like every 15 minutes. It's one of the reasons the bot says every 15 minutes. Like, YouTube takes 30%. Have you considered donating through this link instead? So there's a reason that tells you like every 15 minutes about that.
Yeah.
JoJo says you love me, but not that much. Yeah.
I'll be right back, Kurt.
I'll see what I can do to make you love me more, JoJo. All right, come back soon, Sean. Yeah. PayPal takes 3%. That's right. Yeah, 3%. Yeah. So it's quite a lot better than YouTube's 30%. Yes. Is it law and crime going to be pissy? I'm using their feed. Well, they can be pissy all they want, because the order from the court quite specifically says that they can't claim a copyright interest in it. So if they try to strike me, I will just give them back a copy of the judge's order and tell them to eat me, because they have no copyright. So they, if super chatting from an iPhone doesn't take an additional 30%, I don't know how that works in terms of chatting from an iPhone. I honestly don't know how that works. So what we've been doing so far in terms of people asking for a recap, what we've been doing so far is we're in the trial of Alex Murdaugh, disgraced former lawyer, His family has been a powerhouse in the legal world in this part of the state for the last 100 years. His father and grandfather and great-grandfather have all been the prosecutor in the county, and he himself had a huge law practice. His son, about 2 or 3 years ago, something like that, was driving a boat drunk and killed a girl. He was charged with some sort of murder version. I forget exactly what it was, involuntary manslaughter, whatever. And about a year after that, Alex Murdaugh apparently killed his son and wife. And now we're on trial for that. And it seems that the motives are financial, at least in part. It seems like a combination out of shame, out of for his son's actions, and also seems like it was a financial motivation. People are saying that, that they were trying to get access to his financials as part of the issue into his son's, killing somebody. There was issues as to whether he'd be responsible in part because it's his boat or whatever, and then they're trying to get access to his financials. And so he was going to be exposed because he was stealing from his clients. So unrelated to his son's murder or his son's killing somebody else, the idea is he'd been stealing from his clients for long periods of time. So he had stolen something like $10 million from his clients. And this lawsuit involving his son was going to expose his financial misdeeds. And so possibly to cover it up, possibly to, prevent it from becoming exposed, possibly out of shame, he killed his wife and son as sort of the last step of the corruption. So that is sort of what's going on. And RICO is just because, of the predicate acts that became a corrupt organization. So that's how you get that. And yeah, he apparently at one point tried to hire someone to delete himself because he was going to try to scam his life insurance company out of money. So he hired someone to delete him so that there would be a life insurance claim, but that didn't happen. So there was some sort of try to get some sort of scam for money to help try to reimburse all this stuff. So that's what's happened now. That's what's happening. And he is currently indicted for 106 felonies relating to the theft of his client's money, wire fraud, computer fraud, honest services fraud, banking fraud, and everything else. So even if somehow he's acquitted of this murder and of these murders, he's facing 104 other felony counts. So things are not going well in the world of Alex Murdaugh. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, and he can beat. He always has a chance to beat some of them, but to beat all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's also currently being investigated for the murder of his housekeeper, because that also might be part of the scheme. The allegation is that he murdered his housekeeper and then got a friend of his, who is also an attorney, to represent the estate for the woman that he murdered. His friend was able to get money from somewhere for the death, and then Alex Murdaugh and friend then conspired together to steal the money. So that's just the ultimate chutzpah right there. You kill someone, get to represent them, and then steal the money for the wrongful death. Nice. So that's all kinds of special. So he's currently being investigated for that murder. Also, there's another guy who was found on the road near his house, dead under suspicious circumstances. So he's being investigated for that murder. So, yeah.
South Carolina is death penalty, right?
This is actually not a death penalty case.
No, I know, but South Carolina does have the death penalty, right?
You do have the death penalty, yes.
Yeah, so they might catch him later.
They might catch him later, yeah. But the prosecutor decided not to charge the death penalty, which, fair enough.
Takes a lot of time and money to do a death penalty case.
Yeah. And the evidence it seems to be circumstantial and things like that. We do, of course, have him on the 911 call from the time when he was shot in the head, even though he was the one who basically did it because he hired the guy to do it because of the thing. And we have other 911 calls and things like that. So we do have some evidence, but I'm not aware of the complete evidentiary picture against him because I've been trying to keep my head as free of that stuff so that I can try to adjudicate the case based on the evidence that's heard. However, I will say in the preliminary hearings, I've been impressed with both sides' attorneys and the judge. So far, everyone seems to be playing a very competent game. So I have a lot of high hope for this case in all that. So that is all the things that are happening. And then there's going to be issues of how much they're able to bring in terms of trying to flush out his motive. His motive is going to be a huge part of this thing, why he did it. So they're going to have to get into the financials and how much they're able to get into that and not. It's going to be a huge deal. So we'll see.
Definitely sounds like we will.
But maybe if you try to not steal $10 million from your clients and all that would be great.
There you go with talking about like ethics like that, Kurt. Come on now.
I'm not exactly sure.
He encouraged the housekeepersons to sue him so insurance would pay. Gave them the name of his friend as
Kurt,
an attorney, and then they
phone call.
embezzled that
Okay,
dollar.
talk to you later.
Sorry. Yep.
All right, that's awesome. Cool. Thanks for coming by. He encouraged his sons. He encouraged the housekeeper's son to sue him, so insurance would pay. Gave him the name of friend as an attorney, and then embezzled that money. Yeah. Basically, that's right. Thank you for dropping by, Sean. So where'd it go? I'm not sure where it went, to be quite honest. Yeah. So he's not Girardi, who stole like $500 million from his clients. He only stole $10 million, but he has murders. And to the best of my knowledge, Girardi doesn't have murders. So there's that bot again. Yeah, the bot is there to read people's super chats because I want to give people something back. And so having the bot read the super chats seemed like a nice thing to do. You guys like the bot? I thought it was good. It's so if you super chat $5 or more, the bot reads out the super chat. I thought it was nice. I could turn it off if people find it annoying. But I am trying to encourage super chats. So, I thought maybe if the bot reads the super chat, that maybe that would encourage super chats. That is the thing. Wasn't he or one of the sons the suspect in the death of a young guy found down the road several years ago? Yeah. He's also suspected for that murder as well. Just always trying to find ways to do something to, reward you guys for super chatting. You donate $5 and it's like, well, I'll have a bot read your super chat out loud. That seems nice. Excuse me. Carmen thinks the bot's annoying. How it's tried Overwatch 2? Hell no. Looks stupid as hell. Bot interrupts what I'm saying. That's one of the reasons I stop talking when it speaks. Or I at least try to remember to. Your husband's cut off super chat money for the rest of the month? Did he say specifically super chat money? Because if so, you could donate through Streamlabs, which is technically not a super chat. The super chat is technically the brand name for YouTube. So, just saying.
Slight aside. Kurt, thanks for pronouncing Murdaugh the closest to correctly that I have heard. The son and I, we're Scots, we're just discussing it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Della, for the super chat. Do I not use locals? I do have locals. I also have locals as well. Had to cut yourself off? I understand. Love from Glasgow. Glad to have the Scotland contingent here. We're just apologize. We're waiting for the court to come back. I think they're doing some private questions off the record for more personal questions, I think is what they're doing. So they did like some questions to figure out what jurors they need to ask questions for, and now they're doing the more personal questions to figure out which jurors they need to have or not. Excuse me. Ms. Hogue posted an update 15 minutes ago. She seems things are going okay. She's asking for sports analogies to read to Hogue. Cool. Did they grab the jurors they like or question? I think they grabbed the jurors that they needed to question more. I think is what's going on. Take a look at Twitter, see what's going on for should I include the not legal advice? I think it's in the video description. Yeah. All right, let's see. Look at we're looking for Mrs. Hogue Law. Opinion on outcome so far, what do you think? It's very routine and by the numbers and very professional. So that's what I think about what's going on so far. Miss Hogue is doing some drawing. That's cool. She's doing some nice drawing. Let's see. I found you via Emily D. Baker. I see you follow her also. Sure. Yeah, Emily is a great creator. She's someone that I look up to in terms of her style and things like that. She's got a lot of energy. She's doing something right. She's got a successful channel and growing. So I look up to her for as a role model. She has a great personality, a lot of fun. We have very different styles. But I think I'd be better off getting a little bit more like her. Okay. Hogue, so on YouTube, Hogue Law writes, "Hello, friends. Mrs. Hogue Law here again. It's been a few days since we talked. I had to take a break for a bit and just rest myself and my family. The weekend rehab schedule is busy. I spent 8 to 12 hours here each day regardless, and then go home and make sure the Hoaglings ate something. And while I have people helping at my house, it's never the same as having mom at home, you know? Any sort of injury recovery is slow and steady, and this is no exception. It's draining and tiring. Rick is asleep in a chair next to me as I write. This is like baseball's dog days of summer, or the last 5 minutes of a basketball game when one starter had a double-double, another has fouled out. It's like the back half of a football season when you've got enough injuries to make the entire defensive line, but you're facing your biggest rival. You press on because you must, but you're tired and you just want to go home. But Rick Hogue, he's unflagged in his determination. He's walking further every day. He's stronger every day. Keep thinking and praying over that left arm. Things are happening and moving in the right or left direction. Thank you for being you, dear community, and for putting up with my sports analogies. Your joy, encouragement, enthusiasm keeps us going. Here's the task for the day. Do you have a favorite sport analogy? Drop it in here so Rick and I can read them together. P.S. If you don't hear from us for a few days, do not worry. No news is good news, and hopefully any news is great news. Hogues don't quit. That's very nice. Yeah, A Capitan, yeah, that's true. Her chat is very, very strict. Emily banned me from her chat. And so, I might have been doing a little light trolling at the time. She forgot to unban me. Or maybe she didn't forget. And she just doesn't like my style. But that's I guess that's okay. I mean, it is her channel, right? So she can have whatever policy she wants, but there might have been a little light trolling. A Capitan, it's possible. Yeah. I go with the philosophy of we only roast the ones we love, and we only tease the ones we love. But well, it wasn't received in the same spirit in which it was intended. So, that's fine. Yeah, she forgot. It sounds more like her. Yeah. I tried apologizing to her on Twitter and stuff, but I'm not sure she saw it, or if she did, she ignored it or whatever. So, yeah. So, we also roast cows. We do roast cows. Some gift memberships in the chat. Adam Trapp has gifted 20 memberships to viewers. Well, thank you very much, Adam Trapp, for gifting 20 memberships. That's very, very kind of you. And if you want to super chat or join, don't forget to do so. I do appreciate it. Not that I need to say this, but I'll say it anyway. Please don't harass Emily D. Baker about it or anything like that, I was just mentioning it because I thought it was funny. I mean, it's her chat, and it's not that big a deal. I have my own chat and my own stuff, and it's not that big a deal. So, not that I need to say it, but I guess I will anyway. Don't harass anyone. That's not productive. Hey, Natalie the Lord Trick gets $20. Say yeehaw. If you want a link, I'll be happy to give you one. Not much is happening, and I could use the company. In fact, I'll just send it to you anyway, and you can join or not as your time allows for. So let's see. Add guest, copy link, go to her. Where is her thing? There she is. Send link. Fantastic. That's easy. So Natalie the Lord Trick might join us. Yeah, we're different people with different styles and specialities. Absolutely. Yeah. So I just sent Natalie a link, so if she wants to join, she can join. And I'll be happy to have her on. I mean, I have my own chat policies, and not everyone likes my chat policies. And people think that my chat policies need to be changed, so. Jen D says, I think Kurt has me on ignore. Lol. I think he may take one of my comments the wrong way, but I am a Kurt supporter. I'm glad to have you, Jen D. We need a chick with a cowboy hat emoji. 5 pounds from Finnish Crisp says, you do have a very British sense of humor. That's why I find you hilarious. I've heard that before. Wait for the bot to announce Joe's one. Love the name Uncivil Paw for a dog. Uncivil Paul. I think it'd be good. Now I'll just read it myself, and then the bot will read it again anyway. Joe says $20. I'm going to pitch this one last time. Check out Broody. Cool dog. Broody, that dude. A golden doodle. No, I'm not being paid. I think you'll like it, Kurt. Big dog. Maybe an option for you. Check out a short. Thank you for your super chat. I appreciate that. Jen D says, ooh, yay. Thanks, Kurt. You're welcome, Jen D. Yeah, I might have a British sense of humor. A dry sense of humor. You deliver something in a flat style, and you let the absurdity carry the joke. Thank you, Della. That's very, very kind of me. Hey, that's very nice of me. There's always ways for me to improve. There's always ways for me to be better. I have 878 people watching. I could have 10 times as many or 100 times as many. Well, probably not that many. That's a lot of people watching at once. But I could have 10 times as many people watching. And, we'll see what we can do to make that happen. There's always ways to get better. Am I a lumberjack? Jeff in chat asks, am I a lumberjack? I'm being set up for a joke. I'm not sure what the joke is, but I am being set up for a joke. Hello, Natalie Lawyer Chick. How are you?
Hey, Kurt. I'm good. How are you?
Great. We are just staring at the Great Seal of South Carolina.
Okay. The state
Baby
of my
chick
birth.
yeehaw.
You were born in South Carolina. I grew up in South Carolina.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you a thing about it, but I was born there. I was born in Columbia, South Carolina.
That's where I grew up. That's cool. So we're closer. We're closer than we thought.
Yes, even closer now. So my mother went to college when she came to America. She went to college there because my uncle was stationed there.
You do have a very British sense of humor.
And so
That's why I find you
came up
hilarious.
and
Closing
did the whole family thing while she went to college. Very nice.
That's very, very cool. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm very happy that you're joining us. I'm going to be trying to cover this entire trial. That's my working goal. So yes. I already have thumbnails for tomorrow, and
I'm going to pitch this one last time.
Exciting. Yeah. Okay. So I'm definitely going to be skipping coverage for this today because, jury selection is so interesting. I think you like it, but big dog. Actually sitting through all of it after I get through my own jury selection is just going to be impossible.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. No, I appreciate that. It seems at this point that we have subpoenaed the entire county to show up. There's only like 30,000 people in this county. We sent out 900 of these things. And so by the time you eliminate everyone who's ineligible, it's like, yeah, just get the entire county to show up for jury duty. That's where we're at.
Very, very nice. So someone told me that like the clerk was one of the prospective jurors.
I would believe it. Mm-hmm. I believe it.
Yeah. And like when her name was called, apparently people laughed because they were like, yeah, she definitely can't, she can't be in jury duty. When I have some experience with something like that. When I first came to practice in Maryland, I was practicing on the Eastern Shore, which is, small communities. And this prosecutor I used to go against a lot, he was like the homegrown boy. So like the jury panel would be filled with people like, oh yeah, I was I'll say Tommy. I was Tommy's, Little League coach. And, I was his first grade teacher. And, I christened Tommy, and I'm best friends with his parents. And it was just like, I can't find a juror who doesn't know the prosecutor and absolutely love him. Great.
Yeah. I once heard of a judge being subpoenaed for jury duty for his own trial. And calling the clerk and you have to talk to the judge. I'm like, I am the judge.
No.
So apparently that was a thing.
That's hilarious.
They weren't set up for that contingency.
No, clearly not. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. So how familiar are you with this case?
Pretty
Or the
familiar.
106 other pending felonies?
I know. I'm less familiar with like the things related to the financial crimes, other than the whole, he kind of got a cut on. He kept the money for the lady that died in his house, the housekeeper,
Yeah.
and had her sons hire his friend, and then his friend gave him a cut, and then they never paid the sons. Like I'm up on that case, but not all the financial, like the double dealings and stuff that he was doing with his law firm. I'm not quite sure about that. But the murders, I'm very much up on the murders. I did some videos on them. Very, very fascinating case. Troublesome.
So what do you think is the best evidence that you've seen so far for the government?
I don't know, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna be totally
That's fair.
honest here. I obviously it's a case of a lot of like circumstantial inferences that like if it wasn't him, then who was it type of thing, which is totally a way that a prosecution can make their case. Like it's if they can, draw all the dots together, they can create the picture. So I'm not saying it's impossible for them. I'm just saying it's a lot of like leaps. Like I don't know if they have like the murder weapon with his fingerprints on it or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's more like, yeah, he's the one who called 911. He had the opportunity. He had all this stuff going on in his life, which could have formed the motive, but direct evidence that he killed his wife and son. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I need to wait and see what the trial shows. Maybe they have more. Or maybe it's just a purely like you draw your own conclusion from our arguments type of case, which is fine. It's just that I don't see this is not a smoking gun case to me. It's like, to me, I feel intuitively like, of course he did it, right? Like that, they're like, duh, look at all this stuff that's going on. But that's not evidence. So
no, that's really not. No.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, of course he did it. It's not the standard we want going into court with.
Mm-mm.
Especially as a criminal defense lawyer, right? That's not really a great, not the best. Well, who else must have done it? I'm like, I would got you a little bit more on that one.
Yeah, and see, if I was his defense attorney, it would just be like, yeah, they just want you to make the ultimate decision, the highest burden of proof in our courts, with the most serious of consequences on the idea of who else did it. And that's just not enough. That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, I just keep thinking of defense arguments here that I think would be stronger than prosecution arguments just based on what I know so far. But I don't know everything because nothing's been heard by a jury yet. So I'm really reserving judgment. That I have intuitive feelings that he did it. But as of right now, with what I know, do I think it reached the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt? No. But I'm open to whatever the trial actually shows.
Yeah, totally feel the same. It's like, yeah, I don't know what they're debating on blood splatter evidence. Apparently, the judge is still considering whether or not to suppress some of that stuff. And it's like that always feels a little speculative. It's like, yeah, we're going to be able to determine from blood splatter of the clothes he was wearing that he did the shooting rather than finding them. I'm like,
it's very, yeah. I mean, I feel about those types of forensics, blood spatter, fire investigators, even ballistics. I have worked with too many experts on the other side of that evidence to say that it is as concrete as the prosecution tries to make it out to be. There's just a lot of room, like ballistics, there's a lot of room for individual interpretation of that particular expert. And the same thing, I think blood spatter is probably even worse. I think maybe most people might think of ballistics, which is, looking at a shell casing and saying it came from that gun, and they think that that's pretty concrete evidence. But there's actually not like a particular standard that each ballistic expert has to find. It's not to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. It's to a like community standard amongst, you got to judge. And the same thing for blood spatter. They don't have a scientific standard in blood spatter. And so because of that, there's a lot of room for personal interpretation.
Thank you, Joe, for upgrading your membership. That's very cool of you.
Yay, Joe. Oh, you can see the chat.
Good afternoon.
Oh. Oop.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Clifton Newman, and I'm presiding judge in court this week.
How you doing, Clifton?
We're summoned here for jury duty in the case of the state versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
I assume now we're on to panel number 3 is what we're doing. That's logical.
Mr. Murdaugh, if you will stand.
I've been bringing him like
face
80 at a
the
time,
jury,
it seems like they're doing.
I
And
love
finding
this.
which ones from each panel are
Thank you.
eligible and then going from there.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm sorry, you were saying?
Oh no, I was just saying that I love the Southern Convention of using the middle name instead of the
we have
first.
4 panels of juries.
Yeah.
Juries.
Richard
Your panel
Alexander,
number
but he goes by
3.
Alexander.
We have one more panel to go after your panel.
I do like the South.
We are
I'm definitely more of a Southern boy.
selecting
Yeah.
a jury to try.
I'm
this
definitely a New
case.
York
Mr.
girl in
Murdaugh
my heart, but
was indicted and charged
I enjoy a lot of
with
Southern
murdering his wife,
conventions.
Maggie
I think they're
Murdaugh,
very
and son,
sweet and
Paul
nice.
Murdaugh, on June 7, 2021, outside their home located at 4047 Moselle Road, Islandton, South Carolina. He's pled not guilty to this charge. He's presumed to be not guilty.
I think South Carolina is the only one that still has its original mace from when it was a colony.
It's original what?
Mace,
First part of the process,
the
process is to have
physical
a
mace,
roll
like
call.
as a symbol of its power. That was
Right.
given like by the king or the queen. It was given as a
Stand,
symbol of its power. It still has the
Placed
original,
under oath so
Really?
that we can
Yeah.
proceed
Oh, that's
with
fascinating.
and they use it as a
Roll
circuit
call.
breaker in the
Uh-huh.
house.
Uh-huh.
So when the house is in session, they put it in these metal things to turn on the lights.
I had no idea.
It's cool.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
History with Kurt.
Staying with us today. I am going to be calling out your juror number, so be familiar with your juror number on your badge.
Yes,
I was in South
I
Carolina
ask
student
you
legislature
to
as well,
stand,
and so we
I'm
did
gonna
like
ask you if you currently work,
mock hearings,
and if
and
you
you know
do,
we did
where
did
you
mock
work,
everything.
what
So
you
we
do,
we elected
and
a
if you're
fake governor and
married
everything,
or you're
and
single,
I forget when
and
it
if you're
was,
married,
but we
what's your
basically
spouse
just
name?
overtook the state house. So
we'll
we
go
were
from
actually
there.
down there, like sitting in
first
the
one
actual
that's gonna start
desks
us off
of the
Yes.
legislature, sitting in the there.
Juror
It was so
number
cool.
680.
And then there was like a tour group that came
680.
through,
Mm-hmm.
like the kids watching the tour group.
If
I'm
you're
like,
wearing a mask, if you don't
do they know they're
mind
watching a
pulling it down while
simulation
you're
because we're not
speaking,
really the
speak
legislatures? Because I
loudly
mean, you would know
and
the
clearly.
difference. It looks
Right.
real.
The
On
judge
suits and everything,
the
right?
court reporter
And I'm
over
sure you
here
guys were like
are
super
the very
prepared and
two most
everything. So
important people
we
in this
did
court.
So,
mock.
pretty hilarious.
We did
Okay.
in high school the
Thank
Model
you.
UN mock UN.
So-
Oh yeah, we did that too.
Juror
You
That's
did
cool.
that, and did you actually go to the UN
you
to like
currently
do the
work?
competition?
I never did
Where?
Model UN at the UN
No.
though. I never did that.
Yeah.
But I won one time as
That's quite
Switzerland, which was
awesome.
pretty badass.
Oh,
And are you
fun.
married?
I won as Angola. That was fun.
Angola. Nice.
Yeah.
That might be a good way to be. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Joe,
you
for your
very
$50
much.
super chat.
Juror
I put it on screen manually
681.
since I disabled it because the bot was reading it and over talking you.
will tell
And I
me
didn't
if
want to
you're
have that.
currently
Joe gave
working or-
$50. Sorry, I just posted URL
What
first
you
super
do.
chats probably will flag me. Not a bot. I'm a regular. Just bumped up my level. Glad to hear that.
Wonderful. Are you
Awesome.
married?
Thank you for your super chat.
And do they work? Yes. What do they do?
And then during a break, I called my mom from the dais of the house.
All right.
So I
thank
called
you.
from like the
Thank you
speaker's
very
desk.
much.
Guess what I'm calling
I
you?
did. She was so
From
proud.
the speaker's desk of the
Juror
house.
682. Please stand. Hi there. And are you currently working? And where do you work? Are you married? Okay, congratulations. Thank you. Juror 684.
There was one guy earlier when they were asking, like, there was one guy said happily divorced, and everyone laughed.
Oh,
And
that's
then
good.
another guy said single, but I'm looking to change that.
They're having a great time.
Yeah,
I love that for them.
I'm looking if anyone's available. I was like, we're using jury duty as a singles bar.
Right, because are you
Like,
talking
hey.
to the ladies in the courtroom? What's going on?
Wonderful. Thank you.
It's like you're single, huh? Okay. It's like, how you doing?
Juror 680.
I know you don't have a boyfriend because you just swore under oath.
Do you currently work? Where? And are you married? All right, single. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, what was that number?
That was 685. Juror 690. If you would please stand.
Who's the person speaking
Good
to them? The
afternoon.
clerk?
Yeah.
You currently work.
The clerk does the preliminary
You're
questioning, and then they
retired
move the
and
judge
loving it,
for
looks like.
other questioning. I'm not sure
Okay.
why.
What did you do before you
Interesting.
retired?
Are you married? What's your job?
Okay.
What's your
Are you
spouse's
married?
job? It seems to be what we're doing.
We do this completely
Very sorry for
differently.
that. Thank you very much.
So interesting. I love it.
692.
We get a list with all of this information,
Good
and then we go
afternoon.
directly
Are
to
you, do you currently work?
asking questions.
Yes, where? Right, and are you married? Right, thank you. Juror 694.
For the kids wants to know if you know any single women that would be good for me.
afternoon.
I'm sworn off of, I'm sure that any single woman I know, Kurt
Where
would
do
make
you
a
work?
great match for, but I've sworn off of matchmaking. I told you guys that already.
Aw.
I say this too because you
Say
and
that
Rob,
one more
the
time.
people
I think
know
you
that
said
you're single
assistant
and they keep trying
Food
to,
lion?
give me to hook you
Assistant
guys up. And
customer
I'm like,
manager?
no,
Yes, okay.
not going to be
And
responsible.
are you married? Do they work?
He's in the military, but also working with other
Okay, thank you very much. Juror 695.
No, Rachel Mills. I've never had a
Good
client do a
afternoon.
drug deal in
Do you
court while
currently
sitting
work?
next to the judge, sitting in
where?
front of the judge.
What do you do? What do you do? Are you employed? Yes. What do you do? I'm a drug dealer.
Thank you very much.
Deal
for
drugs.
doing that. I
You heard about
appreciate
Young
that so
Thug
much.
though?
Are you married?
That rapper who
Thank you.
someone passed him a Percocet
Juror
while he was in court,
698.
allegedly.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah. He's in custody, so I guess they were
Juror
trying to
698.
give him a
Hi
care
there.
package.
Do you currently work?
Guess it didn't work.
Hold on for me just a moment. This airplane is making a lot of noise.
It is
It's not
making
the
a lot of
fire
noise.
trucks,
I
it's the
heard it.
airplanes. Okay, so we're good now. So if you don't mind, where do you currently work? Walmart. Okay, and I'm sorry? Are you married? Okay. Are you married? And do they work? And where do they work?
I don't have a girlfriend.
Okay, what does he
I
do?
just know someone who would get really upset if they heard me say that.
Thank you very much.
That question is really
Juror
awkward for some
704.
people. It's like, I'm in a situationship. Like, I don't really need to tell you my
Good
status.
afternoon. And do you
So I always
currently
say,
work?
are you legally single, married, or divorced? I don't really need to know your single
Okay.
status, but
What do you do
legally.
there? All right. Are you married? Thank you very much. Juror 705. Good afternoon. Do you currently work? Where at? Okay. Are you married? And what do they do? All right. Thank you so much. Juror 711. Hi there. Do you currently work? And where? Okay. And are you married? And do they work? Where at? Home builder?
Ooh, I
All right,
got
thank
that
you very
dummy
much.
battery you told me to get.
Juror 715.
Changed my life.
Oh, no, doesn't it?
Hi there.
What took me so long? I had no idea it even existed.
And where do you work?
Yeah, you can just leave the camera on with the settings on constantly. And
Mm-hmm.
Great. It's a lot different from Hogs. Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
And what do they do?
Retired military and after going to school with actors.
Hey, thank you very much. Juror 727. Good afternoon. How are you? Good. Do you work? I didn't quite get that either. Okay. Truck driver? Okay. And are you married? And do they work? Okay, thank you. Number 729. Good afternoon. Are you employed? And doing what?
Warehouse manager for Jenkins Plumbing.
Okay, are you married? Okay, thank you. Juror 730. Are you employed? And where? For Bosch. Okay, are you married? And do they work? Where? Okay, thank you very much.
She has such a pleasant voice.
yeah,
Just remind y'all to
clerk's has a pleasant voice, the
proudly
judge has a pleasant voice. It's great.
answering your questions. Juror 732. Good afternoon. Are you employed? And where? I'm sorry? Walmart. And are you married? Thank you. Juror 733. Good afternoon. Are you employed? Where at? Okay. Are you married? Do they work? Stay at home mom. Thank you. You're at 734. Hi. Thank you for taking your mask down. Do you currently work?
Ooh, Leah
Where
became a
at?
member.
Thank you, Leah, for becoming a member.
Hey.
Great clips.
I have liked Melon a little bit better than StreamYards
Okay.
because you
Are
get to see
married?
some of those things and
Mm.
the alerts. So, and you get more
Thank
people. It's a
you.
little cheaper. So,
Juror 735. Good afternoon. Are you currently employed? Okay, where? Help me out now. Say that one more time. Foreman? 84 lumber. You can tell I don't know. You think about carpentry. Thank you. Forklift driver. Are you married? Thank you. 736.
Thanks, Trish.
How are you? I'm good. Are you employed? And where?
and make sure to check out Natalie Lord Chick's channel as well.
Okay, thank you.
She's at the same subscriber count I am, and she needs to keep growing.
737.
Keep her growing.
So close.
Good afternoon. Are you employed? And where? Did y'all get
For those
that?
of you who are wanting to know the link from earlier, there's the link. It's
Okay,
about 4
thank
up.
you.
You can
And
join,
are
become
you
an
married?
uncivilian for 99 cents.
Thank you.
We do appreciate everyone who
Juror
helps to support the channel.
741.
Oh, your members are uncivilians. I like
I'm gonna
it.
change it up a little bit. What did they do? What does your spouse do?
Tasfield, he worked for RL Rebar,
Okay, and how about you?
Best Western Reception.
Best Western. Okay, thank you.
She's a fan of Best Western.
Okay, all right. 743. Good afternoon. Hi. And are you married? I am. What do they do? What do they do for employment? All right, good. And how about you? And where at? Parker's.
Part of a
Awesome.
part of a throuple.
Thank you. Juror 751. Hi there. Are you employed? Where at? And are you married? No. Okay, thank you very much. 752. Hi there. Are you employed? Where at? Okay, that's what I thought. And then are you married? Okay, thank you. Juror 756. Hi there. Are you employed?
I am.
Where at?
Just Sleep LLC.
Is that in Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am. We're a sleep lab.
Okay. Over by the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Over there. Are you married?
Oh,
I am.
lovely.
And do they work?
Yes, ma'am. He's a Frito-Lay delivery guy.
So you got good snacks. Okay. Thank you.
Did you see
I'd like to
the
try
pictures
it
of the
at
food
least.
trucks outside the courthouse, Natalie?
Juror 763.
They have a goddamn thing doing elephant
And
ears.
are you currently employed?
You know, funnel cakes?
Are you married?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got funnel cakes in a food truck outside the courthouse.
772.
I mean, it's a little on the nose.
Hi
I
there.
mean,
Are you currently
yeah,
employed?
but also make your money.
Retired. And both of you. What did you do before you retired? Okay. What age? Okay. Physical therapy. Great. How about your wife?
This is the cheeriest clerk ever.
I know.
She hasn't had the life completely strangled out of her. What
I
is the
know.
secret?
Let's see how she feels at the end of the trial.
Great. Thank you very much. Juror 776. Good afternoon. You hiding that smile behind that mask. Do you currently work?
Yes, I do. I'm sales operator for Georgia Pacific.
Okay, thank you for doing that. And are you married?
Yes, I am.
And what do they do?
It's an independent insurance self-insurance.
Thank you very much. You can put your mask back on, but you don't have to. Juror 778. Good afternoon. Do you currently work?
She He's
And
a
where at?
cutie.
J.H. Hires Construction.
And are you married? And do they work? Where at?
Waste industry, or Marshall Cat Manufacturing.
All right, thank you very much. Juror 781.
She does sound
Good
like
afternoon.
a kindergarten teacher.
Currently work?
Yes, we get division BMS.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes, firefighter, paramedic.
Firefighter, paramedic. Thank you very much. Juror 782. Hi there. Are you currently employed? Where at? Are you married? And do they work? Full-time student. What's she studying? Awesome. Good going. Best of luck. Thank you. Juror 783. Hi there. And are you married?
Yes.
Oh, and what do they do?
She worked industrial.
Okay. Industrial settings? Okay. Thank you very much. Juror 784. Hi there. Hi. Do you work? Where at? Okay. And are you married? What's your work?
I don't know, I can barely hear her sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tell me one more time where she works.
Where I work?
Where she works.
Smart Transportation.
Is that in Colleton County? Somerville. Okay. Thank you very much. Juror 785. Good afternoon. Do you work currently? Where at? Okay. Very good. You could tell some stories. Are you married? I am. And where do they work?
He does, he's retired.
Okay, he's retired. What did he do before he retired?
He worked at, he unloaded, huge containers at powder mill.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Juror 793. Good afternoon. Do you currently work? Okay, you're a contractor. Are you married? And does she work? Okay. Has she ever worked? Okay. Thank you very much. Juror 795. Good afternoon. Do you currently work? What do you do?
I am a personal trainer and massage therapist.
Do you have a card? Okay. Paul, see that? Oh, Tim, please make
Yes,
sure
for
you
a
get
car
his
from the
card on
electrician
way out.
earlier too.
Okay,
Someone said I'm an
okay.
electrician.
Are you in
If you have a
Colleton
card, we might need some services here at the courthouse. And then everyone laughed and she said, I'm not actually
Okay,
kidding.
so that's not
Everyone
far.
laughed again.
We can do that. Okay, let me get my number. I'm excited here. Okay.
Wow.
You're 795, correct? Okay. Are you married?
I am married.
And what does she do?
She's a senior process manager for HCI in Somerville.
Very good. Thank you very much. Don't forget that card.
Wow.
She's lovely.
$7.99. Good afternoon. Do you?
I mean, I said it was a John Grisham novel. I didn't mean it was this much of a John Grisham novel. Damn.
No,
Are you
I
married?
know.
Okay, thank you. Juror 803. Good afternoon. Do you currently work? Where? Okay. Are you married? Okay, thank you. Juror 808. Good afternoon. Are you currently employed?
I am. I work for AFC Industries. I'm a regional sales manager.
Married?
I am. She is a rescue coordinator at the animal shelter.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Juror 810. Good afternoon. Are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired.
Retired. And are you enjoying it? Are you enjoying it?
I am.
Being retired?
She's trying to get out of there.
What did you do before you retired?
I work in the bank.
Okay. Are you married? And do they work?
Retired.
What did they do before they retired?
Medication manager and juror forestry.
All right. Thank you very much. Juror 813. Good afternoon. Are you currently employed?
Retired.
Retired again. What did you do before?
Administrative,
Okay. And are you married?
yes, and he is retired, equipment operator at mechanic.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Sue.
Juror 814.
Oh, so sweet.
Good afternoon. Are you currently employed? Where?
It was very nice, Sue. And now
Yeah.
we love to channel your laugh by your bravery.
And do they work?
Wonderful to see you interact with Kurt. You got some rapport.
What did he do before?
I think so. Thank
Okay,
you for that.
Thank you very much. Juror 816. Good afternoon. Do you currently work? Okay. Are you married? Okay, thank you. Juror 817. Good afternoon. Do you currently work? And where do you work?
I work for Richmond County Construction. I work at plant local.
Okay, yeah, you said Richmond County. Okay. Do
Richmond
you
County.
drive?
It's Columbia.
Oh, okay, okay. Are you married? And do they work? Okay, thank you very much. Juror 818. Good afternoon. Are you currently employed? Where at? Okay. Is that like the funeral home, Herndon?
No, it's heavy equipment.
Heavy equipment. But did I get that right, Herndon's?
Yeah, it's Herndon LLC.
Gotcha. Okay. Are you married? And does she work? Where at? Okay. All right. Thank you. Juror 821. Good afternoon. Are you working?
I work for Southern Roots Land Development. I'm heavy equipment operator.
And are you married? All right. Thank you. Juror 826. Hi. Are you working currently? Where at? Okay. And are you married? And do they work? Where at? Okay. Thank you very much. Juror 830. Good afternoon. Are you currently employed? I'm sorry. Disabled. Did you work before you became disabled? I'm so sorry. I can't hear you. If you could say that one more time. A bus driver? Truck driver. Okay. Thank you very much. Are you married? Thank you. Juror 832. Good afternoon. Are you currently employed? Where at? Okay. And are you married? Okay, thank you. Juror 834.
Yep.
Good
This is definitely the
afternoon.
low country.
Are you currently employed? Where at? Is that in Colleton? Yes, okay. And are you married? Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. Juror, did I just call 835?
834.
834? 835 then. We're on 835. Thank you. Are you working? Where at? Pruitt Health. Are you married? All right. Thank you. Juror 840.
I appreciate all the little
Hello.
chiclet emojis
Are you
in the
working?
chat. It's always nice to show a
Where
little
at?
love to fellow creators. I'll tell you what, I really do love it when I see those cowboy hats.
Very good.
So-
Are you married?
I love
Appreciate
when
everyone who
Thank you.
shows a little love.
I love
Juror
when you're in my
842.
chat and the cowboy hats start popping up. It's so funny.
Good afternoon.
I work at Essence Grocery on the cashier.
All right. Thank you. I like that Reader's Digest condensed version. Juror 844. Hi there. Doing good.
I'm a chef at Kalawasi Golf Club in Beaufort. And I'm single.
And you're single. All right. And you cook good food. All right. So we need to come to Kalawasi down in Beaufort, right?
Now,
We need to come to Beaufort. Where's this?
it's off of Snake Road in Beaufort.
I know where Snake Road is. I do. Thank you. Juror
We're getting restaurant
845.
recommendations now. This is great.
Good
This
afternoon.
is something
We're taking a
else.
field trip.
Well, sir, have you ever worked in your life?
I did. I was in general management for Captain.
Okay, I missed it. What did he say?
Me
Hold on.
too.
Ever worked? Good afternoon. Are you?
I'm single. Just answering the question.
Well, sir, have you ever worked in your life?
I did. I was in general management for Captain for about 28
I thought I recognized you. That's right. We miss you over there. Thank you.
Wow.
Are you retired or?
Just chilling.
Just chilling. Juror 848. 848. Good afternoon. Are you currently working?
Yes, I am.
Where at?
This is, in fact, the most southern court proceeding to have ever existed.
Yes. Yes.
In Sheldon, South Carolina.
I know where Sheldon is. Yeah. Okay. Are you married?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to have some shrimp and grits
Juror
in honor
864.
of this.
One of my faves.
Good afternoon. And do you work?
Yes.
Where at?
You could just water and sewer processing period.
Wonderful. And are you married? Divorced. Thank you. Juror 875. Good afternoon.
We're still looking for
gotta
prospective
keep
Mrs.
smiling.
and Silva from the jury pool.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to write
Are you
to the
working?
court. To juror 838. Little hearts on the envelope. See if the court will deliver that for me.
She might, from her voice, she
Okay,
could be a
Walker
little mature
Utilities?
for you
Are
as
you
an
married?
older. But
No
I'm
wonder
really
you're smiling
thinking
so
about
big.
this
Okay.
court.
Thank you.
This could be the one
Juror
for you.
880.
The personality on
Good
her.
afternoon.
That's right.
You're not married either, are you? Oh, yes, you are. Okay. Where do you work?
Senior foreman at Saigon Transportation Maintenance.
Wonderful. And you're married. And what does she do?
She's a mental health counselor, post-empire.
No wonder you're smiling. You get all the good counsel. Thank you. Thank you. Juror 881.
I'm a cutter accountant at Caroline Textile, and I'm single.
You go, girl. Thank you. Juror 885.
This is so funny.
Good afternoon. How are you? Good. What are you working?
Yes, ma'am.
Where at?
I'm an overnight neighbor at Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, thank you. Wow. And are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do they do?
She works at Walmart, ma'am.
Okay. In the bakery?
No, ma'am.
Not in the bakery. Okay. Thank you very much. Juror 886. Hi there. And where do you work? Okay. And are you married? Okay. We're going to give him a chance to say that in just a second. Thank you. Thank you. You can have.
Oh, her husband is also there?
In the family, 887.
Wow.
Oh,
Hi
is
there.
that what she said?
So you work.
I do.
Tell us what you do.
I'm a computer software trainer.
This
Husband
is
and
a
wife
small
called together.
town.
It is a small town.
Wow.
Wow.
They're going to lose
So
a
does
lot
that
of
take
people
you
that are
around the
like
state, or-
too intimately
Yeah.
familiar with the situation.
All over the world. But now I just do it on my bedroom.
Or maybe
How
did they do a
awesome.
questionnaire
How awesome.
beforehand
So
to find
you're
out if
married.
anyone
They
had
did.
personal
Yeah.
knowledge? Okay. Okay.
Works at USC and microbiology.
Wow.
Thank you. And happily married, I know. Thank you. You better say that.
Yeah, I was about to say, what's his other
Juror
option?
888.
Well, Your Honor, it's not actually going that
Yeah,
great.
I don't know.
Are you working? And where?
She's a bit of a battle
And where's
axe.
Okay. All right.
Can you imagine?
And are you married?
Oh,
Thank you.
it'd be terrible.
Juror 891. Good afternoon. I'm good. Are you working?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I work for Kelly Education.
Okay. And where's that?
It's in the Collier County School District.
Okay. Okay. Very good. We need a lot of those right now.
That's right.
And you're married?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does he do?
He's self-employed. He's a construction supervisor.
All right. Thank you. Juror 893.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I work for Comcast Corporation. I'm the network.
Mark Jones says, if we need a time filler, Natalie is an awesome singer. I've heard her sing before. She can get some bars.
My wife works.
Kurt is also a good singer.
Wonderful. We thank you for being in Policy
I know of
County
which I
today.
speak. I've heard you
Appreciate
hum
that.
to yourself. You're actually a
Juror
very good singer.
898.
Well, thank you. That's very
You're
kind of you.
welcome.
Hi there. How are you? And are you working? Have you
So
ever
this is the
worked?
fun murder trial. That's
Yeah,
what
what
we've
did you
learned so
do?
far. This is the fun courtroom with the fun judge and the fun clerk and the fun
And-
murder trial
And you're not
I've
married?
seen
with
this
carnival outside.
Okay.
of,
All
you
right.
know, elephant ears.
Don't want to be. Okay. All right. Juror 899.
Ebony
Hello
and
there.
ivory.
And are you working? Where?
And it's such harmony.
Private farm. Sounds interesting. And are you married? You're not. You don't need anybody to help you run that farm. Okay. All right. Is there anybody's number that I did not call out here in the last few minutes? If I didn't call your number out, please stand. Hi there. What number are you?
Chat wants to know if husband and wife can be on a jury. Sure, it's happened
Okay.
before.
And do you work?
I'm sure they
Nothing
could.
There's nothing that categorically
Retired.
excludes it.
And what did you do
Yeah.
before you retired? Okay. And are you married?
I had coworkers on a jury recently. They worked for
Nice.
they were congressional staffers, the both
And
of
I'm
them,
so glad you're retired, and I hope you're
and
enjoying
they like
it.
worked for one congressman.
So I'm going to ask you one more time. Is anybody's number that I have not called out? Okay, so now I'm going to give you to Judge Newman, who will now ask you some questions.
Judge Clifford.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have other questions
All right,
to
Cliff,
ask.
let's
Determine
go.
your general qualifications to serve. Is any member of the jury panel not a citizen of the United States? If you're
That
not a US
disqualifies
citizen,
you from
please
jury
stand.
duty.
If you are not a resident and citizen of Colleton County, please stand if you do not live in Colleton County.
That would disqualify you. That could happen. People move after they get the notification.
If you cannot read, write, speak, or understand the English language, please stand.
How would
That'll-
they know
If you have
to
less than
answer
a
that?
sixth grade education
They
or its
wouldn't.
equivalents, please stand.
We run into this problem
If
quite
you have any
frequently.
physical or mental problems that you think would prevent you from serving on
Asking in English whether they can
jury,
understand English.
please stand if you do. And tell me your juror number. Yes, ma'am. All right. And what is your situation?
I'm gonna have some boiled peanuts, Carolina Reaper, Frogmore stew, peaches, shrimps, and grits because of our celebration. Kick ass. And some milk, which is the official state beverage, and sweet
Milk?
tea, which is the state
is your juror number
hospitality
again?
beverage.
Ha!
861. Do you all have her on the list? 681?
What is Frogmore stew? I've got to know.
Any objection to this juror being excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, you'll be excused. Thank you for coming.
And shag is the official state dance. I know my South Carolina.
Any other
Clearly,
juror
I
with
don't know
any
any of that stuff about
disability
New York.
that you think might prevent you from serving on jury duty? Yes, ma'am.
756. I have a medical condition in my lower back and my leg that does not allow me to stay in one place for very long. I cannot sit for any long length of time.
Any objection to this juror being excused?
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Frogmore
Yes, sir.
stew is shrimp, sausage, corn, and potato. It's great.
Shrimp, sausage, corn, and potatoes. Okay. We recently vacationed in
Tell
South
us your
Carolina.
juror number again. 830.
For Christmas?
You got it.
Or was it Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving. It was great.
All right, thank you, sir. Number 830 is excused. Any member of the jury panel been convicted of a crime for which you could have received more than 1 year in jail and have not been granted a partner amnesty by the government? If you have a criminal record involving a crime for which you could have received over a year in jail, you're not qualified to serve and must be brought to my attention unless you have been granted a pardon or amnesty. If that applies to any of you, please stand.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Tell me a juror number. And what were you convicted of? All right, it's on your list. All right, thank you, sir. You are excused. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. You had a felony 30 years ago? What's your juror number? 814.
You're DQ'd.
Yeah, you're out of there.
Okay, we'll, what was your offense, ma'am?
Well,
And larceny. Is that here in South Carolina? In which county? Islandton County. Okay, we'll get back with you in a moment. on
what
that.
if the
Thank you.
penalty changes? You know, sometimes
Grand
like
larceny?
the penalty, yeah, like I'm just saying, does that still disqualify? If at the time it was over a year, but now it's not, does that still disqualify you?
I don't know.
A little louder with your juror number. 737.
Grand larceny is not that hard.
No, it's not.
Your Honor, could I ask the juror to repeat his answer, please?
You have an assault charge from 1991, is that correct?
Check on that one, Your Honor.
We'll
Yeah,
check
I
to
bet
see
you
whether
the
the
penalties
level
for
of
assault
assault
have changed.
disqualifies you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. What was the charge?
I love it.
All right, juror number 891, you're disqualified. Thank you very much for bringing it to our attention. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What was the first offense?
Operating under the influence.
All right. And possession of drugs? What type of drugs?
That
Those are two offenses that do
I got
not
a fan
typically
from
carry
Australia.
over 1 year.
Tory, Australia. Thank you.
We'll cross-check it.
right.
Yes. Your juror number? 690. And the offense again was what? Okay, we'll cross-check that and get back to you. Thank you. And when and where was that?
I was in basically North Carolina, like 2007, 2008.
And what was the penalty for that offense?
I served jail time. Basically jail,
What was the sentence?
like 30 days.
And your juror number is?
73.
Yes, some assaults disqualify you, some assaults do not. We'll need to
Right.
cross-check it to be sure.
Right. Whether or not a felony disqualifies you from serving on jury duty is a state-by-state thing. It's not like that. in every
Charge
state.
was dismissed. All right. That will not disqualify you. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. No, you stay with us. Yes, sir.
I go commit a felony now. Do I still have to sit on this jury?
And your juror number is 875.
As long as you don't get charged in
That would
Maryland, you're gonna
disqualify
have to
you.
sit.
Thank you for bringing to our attention. You're excused.
In Maryland,
So the jury
if
then
you're-
will charge you.
if you're convicted, it's fine. But if you're currently pending
Yes, sir.
a felony or something carrying more than a year, you can't sit.
Habitual traffic offender. And your juror number is,
That's interesting. Can he still serve?
say it one more time,
I would hope he do.
735. Then what was the penalty for that?
2.5 months.
Oh, for traffic, he must have been acting up. What was it?
Were
Driving
you
without a
on
license?
probation? The sentence was 5 years? I understand, yeah.
Oh, then he's
What was the
disqualified.
sentence?
Bojangles for days.
Okay, we'll cross-check it and get back to you soon. Yes, sir.
Right? Bojangles over
Your
Popeyes?
juror number is,
Oh, for sure, without a doubt. The
what was the
Bowberry
penalty,
biscuit.
the sentence?
I haven't had one of those in years, but if given the opportunity, I'm there.
All right, so that would
Yeah.
disqualify you, number 844. You may go. Thank you for coming.
So interesting. Traffic would not disqualify you in my. I guess maybe
Is
DUI.
any member of the jury panel a clerk, a deputy clerk, a constable,
Disqualify
a commissioned
people
law
for traffic in
enforcement
Maryland.
officer, a
The way people
county
drive
officer,
there?
or employed within the walls of any courthouse? If so, please
I
stand.
think if it's like a DUI, because that carries a year, but only if
If
you're
you have
pending,
already
not if
served
you've
on
been
jury
convicted.
duty during the year 2022 or 2023 in circuit court, in this court,
You
if
get a
so,
reprieve.
please stand.
You don't have to come back for 2
If you
years.
served as a member of the county grand jury of Colleton County within the last
Appalachian Brewing is
several
coming
years,
out with a
if so,
hard
please
sweet tea
stand.
collab with Bojangles. Yes.
Who just said the F is a Bojangles? You're missing out.
Missing out a little
Someone-
bit.
Yes,
Listen,
ma'am.
babes, I don't even like fast food, and Bojangles is delicious.
Well, just answer my questions and we'll get to what's on your mind, I'm sure.
Tell him, Clifton. She's trying to get out of
We
it.
now move to jury exemptions.
Okay.
State law provides several exemptions to jury service. An exemption does not mean you're not qualified to serve. It simply means you may choose not to serve. And ma'am, what is your juror number? The first exemption is for those of you who may be 65 years of age or older. If you're 65 years of age or older, we'd love
Thank
to
you,
have
Steve,
you
for the
stay
super
and
chat.
serve, but you may choose not to
Join
serve.
the video to specialize in IP and patent law. I do.
If you wish to be
Should look
exempted,
into
please stand.
Ninode versus Samsung.
So tell me a
$1
juror
billion
number.
on the line. I guess everyone gets excited.
And you are what
They do.
age?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You are exempted. Yes, sir. Juror number 690,
These
and
people
you're
are exempted for age
72.
only if
All
they
right,
choose
you're
to be.
exempted.
Right.
And that'll also cross off the record check.
No one's ever been told that. In one of my
Another
cases.
exemption concerns prior jury
Learn
service.
things.
No person is required to serve more often than once every 3 calendar years. If you've served within the last 3 years on circuit court jury and you wish to be exempted, please stand. Likewise, if you served on the grand jury of this county within the last 5 calendar years, you may be exempted. If so, please stand.
Bojangles is a
The
chicken
next
place,
exemption
guys.
deals with those of you who may have small children under the age of 7 and no one to care for them while serving on jury duty. If you have the care, custody, and control of a small child or children under the age of 7 and no one to care for them, and you want to be exempted, please stand.
You don't get that option in our state either.
In Virginia, you could exempt yourself if you're a licensed lawyer. It's on the exemption form.
Really? Oh man. I wonder if any lawyers actually use it. I know I want to get chosen.
All right, thank
I
you.
didn't
You're
exempt myself.
Yeah.
And the juror
One
number.
second. I'm not going anywhere.
Yes.
I'm still here.
All right.
881, and your situation is?
I don't want to. That's my situation.
All right, thank you. You're exempted. Yes, sir. All right, you're exempted and you may go. And next, yes, ma'am. Number 734, you're exempted. Thank you for coming. You may go. Yes, ma'am. Number 898, you're exempted and you may go. Thank you. 842. All right, number 842 is exempted. You may go. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I can think of a judge of my. I was just looking at that.
Bojangles better than Popeyes, better than Church's, better than
Can't
KFC.
understand what you're saying.
I think I can get behind that.
I think I would flip Churches and
What's the
Popeyes.
age of the child? All right, and your juror number one more time.
Church-
Close.
When I was a little kid, my mom used to take us to
Thank
Church's
you.
Chicken,
848 is
and they have those like hot
exempted.
peppers, and I love
And you
hot
may go.
peppers. Church's Chicken. That's a real Southern thing right there. So
The
when we
next
lived in the South,
exemption
my
deals
mom
with
took me
those
there.
of you who may be attending school or working at a school. You have a school-related
Wow.
conflict and would like to be transferred to a time when you do not have a school-related conflict. This applies to student, teachers, other school employees. If so, please stand. Yes, ma'am. Juror number. And what's your situation?
They're so
And when
close
will you be available to serve,
to the
ma'am?
windows or the doors. You can hear so much of the outside.
Are you out of school during the summer? All right, we'll
At this
transfer
point,
you to a
at this
summer
point, I'm
month.
tempted to go
Thank
down
you.
there and
You
get
may go.
myself some elephant ears.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, man. This is on civil law broadcast. That would be one hell of a thing to do. I could actually technically do that.
What is the
I
age of
think
the
you
child?
should.
I could technically stream this.
Homeschool.
If I could get myself like a Wi-Fi or something,
available
or,
to serve.
Yeah.
or cell service on a laptop, I could stream this from the parking
transfer
lot,
you
the
to the
courthouse.
summer month.
Get myself
Thank
an
you for
elephant
coming.
ear.
Yeah,
That'd be badass.
I feel like you
Tailgate
should.
this shit.
Yeah.
Tailgate this shit.
Tailgate the trial. So wait, when we get the next
If you're
break,
employed by
can you
the
tell me
Department
your
of
thoughts on the
Corrections and you
prosecution's
would like to be
case
exempted,
from what you
please
know?
stand.
Because I didn't ask
I
you
don't
that.
know that much.
If you perform
Okay.
services for a business, commercial, or agricultural enterprise,
Having ideas now.
and the services that you perform are so essential to the operation of the business that it will
Oh,
have
wow.
to close or stop functioning if you are required to serve on jury duty, and you
Wow.
therefore would like to be exempted because of your business, farm, commercial enterprise would otherwise have to stop functioning. If you claim that exemption, please stand.
This is
Yes,
so
sir.
much more
In the
lenient
back.
than my state. None of this will get you out of jury duty
Yes,
in
sir.
Maryland.
And the basis for your standing. All right, thank you. You're exempted from service and may go. Yes, sir.
Mr. 795,
Wow.
Take this entire damn setup on the road.
I feel like
795 exempted.
you
You
should
may
do
go.
this.
Thank
It's a
you.
business expense. You
sir.
can write it all off.
I'm the head of operations for our company and I'm out there. Company good now.
And what company is that?
Southern River Land Development.
All right. This exemption does not apply to your situation.
Good. Sit down.
All right. 7.
Too many of them are allowed to get out of it.
What type of work do you do? All right. 783, you're exempted. Thank you. If you're the primary caretaker of someone who is elderly or incapacitated and you would like to be exempted to care for them, please stand. Before you, yes, sir. Each juror is individual. You're not with anyone else. Well, you need to tell me your basis for your standing.
Yes, sir. I'm foreman at Howard Farm. I have a crew of 7 guys, and I'm going to call if we have a major project for them. I'll just see if I can do it. It's not covered under this exemption. Okay. Yes, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Take care of your foster children. And what is his problem?
He has Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's.
All right. Number 680 is your number?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're exempted and you may go. Yes. 813. Number 813 will be transferred to come back another time. Yes. Yes.
I have an elderly mother that I take care of. She's 92 years old.
And your juror number again is?
698.
Okay, juror number 698 is exempted under the statute. Yes, ma'am.
Juror number 834.
834 is exempted under the statute, and you may go. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the exemptions and
Of everybody?
qualifying questions for jury service. It may be that you are qualified and not entitled to an exemption, but that service this week would impose service not this week, next week, and the next week might impose an extreme hardship upon you for some reason or another. I cannot permanently excuse a juror who is qualified to serve and not entitled to an exemption, but under the appropriate circumstances, I can transfer you to come back at another time. So if there are any jurors who will experience an extreme hardship in serving on jury this week and seek to have it transferred to another time, please stand.
That's everybody. Everybody's going to stand up.
Yes, sir. Number 888. And when will you be available to serve? When's the next regular term? I heard him what he says. When's the next term? March.
Thought there would be a bit of more inquiry.
We'll get back to you in a moment.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. 751. And the age of your child? All right, we'll transfer you to the summer month. Number 751 will be transferred to a summer month. Yes, sir.
682.
Yes. Number 682 will be transferred for 6 months.
Just like that.
832. I'm single. I work over at General Store, and I
To the 900 of you currently watching, by the way, thank you very much. Thank you all you guys who like the channel as well. If you haven't hit that like button already, make sure to do so. And make sure to check out my guest, Natalie the Lawyer, as well, and check out her channel. Subscribe there.
832 will be transferred to another time.
I think someone said you have 949 likes. You have very good subscribers.
Okay. I don't understand what you're saying, ma'am.
I don't want
840 will be transferred. Yes. Your juror number is 818 will be transferred. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all the guys also who tweeted and retweeted the link, because that really helps bring attention to the stream.
It does. That is so nice. That is so helpful.
Probably the single most helpful thing you can do is tweet and retweet the stream.
Mm-hmm. 814 will be transferred.
I feel like this cord doesn't work. Why do I still have it?
782 will be transferred.
Let's get Kurt to 123,000 subs. Absolutely.
Tell me that number again.
Yes.
I'm hoping this trial will bring me.
817 will be transferred to another term.
It's gonna happen.
Yes, ma'am.
150 would be nice.
150. Okay, that's the goal for you.
685. All right. What's your situation? You pick your niece up from school.
Child, that is not a good enough
We'll
reason.
speak with you further.
Yeah, sit down. I gotta pick my niece up
further
from school.
about that. And the highway department guy. All right. Tell me what's your trouble.
Sir.
Tell me what's your trouble again. What's
Well,
your trouble?
I got a crew of 6 guys, and I'm on call this week and next week, and we got a major project we're working on this week. I was just trying to see if I can get it.
You're going to see if you can be transferred to another time.
Yes, sir.
And your juror number is?
880.
All right, juror number 880 will be transferred. Yes, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, if you do not respond to any question that you think under your oath you're required to respond to, please stand and give me those responses. I see them back there.
That's
Anyone
normal,
who didn't
'cause people have
respond
time to
any
sit down and
questions,
think.
You're duty bound. There are a lot of folks pointing towards you. I'm looking right at you, so I see you. Speaking to other jurors.
733.
Yes.
Head household, wife to stay home mom.
And
Only income in the house.
all right, sir, you'll be transferred.
Hmm.
It's 5:30, 5:40 now on the East Coast, so they're going a little bit late, I guess, trying to get this done for whatever panel they're doing today.
And they're in the same time zone.
And ladies and gentlemen, I have some
Yeah, as me,
additional
yes.
questions
Mm-hmm.
specific to this case.
They seem to be operating at a pretty fast clip, so
Mm-hmm.
I have every confidence they'll be able to finish this off by tomorrow.
I do. Yeah. Does the jury, I mean, do the attorneys get to question the jurors, or does the judge ask the attorneys questions for them?
As I
I'm not sure
indicated,
how
the
that works.
defendant is charged with murdering his wife, Maggie Murdaugh, and son, Paul Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, outside their home at 4147 Moselle Road, Islandton, South Carolina. if any member of the jury panel has heard, read, or know anything about this case or the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh. If so, please stand. If you heard, read, or know anything about this case, please stand. And what I want you to do is give me your juror number, and then you may be seated. Yes, sir. All right. Just at the moment, just stand and give me a juror number. 781. Thank you. You may be seated. Yes.
87.
I couldn't hear you, ma'am.
They apparently found one juror who said they had never heard about the case, which was amazing.
Wow. That person's just been minding their business. I believe it. You know, sometimes you're not on social media, you don't watch the news, then you wouldn't know.
Judge seemed incredulous. He like questioned specifically, really? You never heard anything about this?
The judge couldn't believe it. That's great. That's great.
776. 893.
Hermits do exist, Rachel says. I agree. Some people are off the grid.
704.
All right, thank you. If you did not stand in response to that question, meaning you have not read, heard, or know anything about this case or Mr. Murdaugh, if you did not stand in response to that question, please stand. And give me your juror number.
4. I'm full. 694.
All right, and back to the first group who stood, indicating that you have read, heard, or know something about this case or Mr. Murdaugh. I need you to stand without explaining in any great detail. I need to know the source of your information, either through podcasts, news articles, TV shows, documentaries, newspapers, or the like. If you will stand again and tell me
Wait for the court to-
the
wait for
nature
a
of
court
your
shout
source
out.
of your information, then you may be seated. Yes, sir.
781. Local newspaper and TV. Sitting in that article that popped up on
You need to know your juror numbers.
Law tube. Yeah, that'd be good.
Thank you.
Someone gets up and says law tube. That's a law tube.
Thank you.
695.
That's a good question. If he's found guilty of this, will he take a plea on the rest? Which is a really, really good question.
Conversations with people in the cafe. All right. All right, thank you.
What was that?
Conversations with people. He's asking, how'd you hear about it? It's like
Okay, in the
conversations with
cafe.
cafeteria.
Cafeteria, okay.
All right, thank you.
684. Social media, news, newspaper.
Thank you.
888. News and social media.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Carpooling is pretty good. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
What does plea on the rest
Thank
mean?
you.
The
Yes,
other
sir.
106 cases that are pending?
I mean, but once he's convicted of this, maybe the prosecution will be willing to work something out with him since he's going to be in prison forever. South Carolina is not a death penalty state, right?
It is, but they're not charging with death penalty right now.
Thank you.
810. News and social media.
brief background noise. My wife watched local news.
Background noise.
All right, thank you.
It's an interesting one.
Yeah.
My wife always listened to something. There you go.
Yes, sir.
778 news.
I need to become an uncivilian. ASAP.
Please. Only 99 cents.
Right now, I'm doing it.
So you work at fire rescue?
First of all,
Transported people?
how did I get unsubscribed from
Treated
you?
people.
That's weird.
I understand. All right.
It happens.
And sir, do you believe that would affect your
How do I
ability to be fair and impartial as a juror?
I'm trying to join.
All right, and your juror number is? All right, any objection to this juror being
Give you a hard time?
excused?
Request just a link for your
All right, thank you. Yes, sir, we'll get with you. Yes, sir. All right, thank you. Considering what you have read, heard, talked to others about, if you have formed an opinion as to the guilt or the innocence of the defendant regarding the murder charges for which he's on trial, please stand if you have formed an opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant based on what you have seen, read, heard, or talked about. If you have formed an opinion as to his guilt or innocence,
I really
please stand.
haven't. So, I have an opinion.
And tell me your juror number. 821.
It's an easy way to get out of jury service.
776.
I'm trying
Thank
to
you.
become a member.
It's not letting you?
I can't find the link on my phone. Let me try it in the chat. Hold on.
No matter that, what opinion you may have formed or about this or
Okay, here it is.
based on what you've seen or heard, if you can put all that aside and decide the case only on the evidence received in court and follow the law and decide this case in a fair and impartial manner, please stand as relates to those who have formed an opinion. If you can put all that aside and decide this case only on the evidence you received in court, follow the law that I give you, and decide the case in a fair and impartial manner. If you can do that, please stand. All right, and that's juror number 776. And the other jurors, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Other
co-host Shane, for the
jurors
10 gift
who have
memberships. It's
formed
very,
an
very kind of
opinion.
you.
Stand, please, again. All right, and based on the opinions that you formed, you're convinced that you cannot be a fair and impartial juror? Sir?
No, I cannot be fair.
All right, any objection to this juror being excused?
I'm sorry, what was the number again, Your Honor?
I don't know.
All right, I just joined. That was way too difficult to
Thank you,
figure
you're
out.
excused, sir.
I am
Wonder
now
how
a
many people.
civilian.
There she is. Natalie, the lawyer chick, just became a member.
If any member of the jury panel is related by blood or marriage or socially acquainted with the victims, Margaret Maggie Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, or if you or any family member or significant other is related by blood or marriage, socially acquainted with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh.
I
If
wonder
so,
how many
please
people can
stand. All
Everyone
right,
stands up.
and tell me a juror number and the basis for your standing.
So it was really frustrating to join as a member from the mobile app. That's great. Thanks, YouTube, for making that
And
super
would
easy.
that fact affect your
helpful.
ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Can you rewind so we can hear what their relationship was?
Sure.
Thanks.
If for your standing?
778. I was friends with all of them.
All right.
Friends with all of them?
And would that fact affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Oh. There you go.
Thank you, Michael, for all those gift memberships. It's very, very cool. Appreciate it. 20 gift memberships. Very, very cool. Thank you.
Michael is the best.
All right. Thank you. If you'll be seated for the time being.
Gift memberships are the
Yes,
best.
sir.
It doesn't cost them any more than it would in the equivalent super chats. And it basically turns into a free advertising tool.
That's right.
Because there's some probability some of them will choose to renew on their
Actually
own.
become exactly.
So it's much better from my point of view for gift
family
memberships than super
relationship would
chats.
affect your ability
And I think it's
to be
also like
fair
a
and
good
impartial
sense of
juror?
community.
Yeah.
All right. And so we'll speak with you further after a while.
I wanted to hear that
You
relationship.
stay with us. We'll talk further with you.
Are they family members or just friends?
Friends, I think.
That could be anybody.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking a step back, the parties are represented by counsel.
I thought it would be more people than that.
State attorneys generals and the defense through defense attorneys. We'll have them introduce themselves at this time.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Trey Waters. I'm from the Attorney General's office, and I'll be the lead prosecutor in the prosecution against Alex Murdaugh. With me is another attorney, David Fernandez, Savannah Dowd, Johnny James, John Conrad, John Metters, and then my boss, Don Zelenka, over there. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dave Harpoon. I'm an attorney from Columbia. My much smaller team includes Jim Griffin, an attorney from Columbia, Phil Barr, who's back in my firm, Margaret Bob, back in Jim's firm. Thank you.
If any member of the jury panel has ever been represented by any of the lawyers, if you're related to any of the lawyers, or by blood or marriage, or have some social acquaintance or relationship with any of the lawyers, if so, please stand. If any of you or any immediate family of yours or significant other is employed with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, the State Law Enforcement Division, the Solicitor's Office for this circuit, or the Attorney General's Office of South Carolina.
State Law Enforcement Division,
please
SLED,
stand.
has a reputation. Growing up in South Carolina, they have a reputation.
Really?
Like,
Relatives employed by
yeah, these
Colleton
like
County Sheriff's
self-important
Office, Attorney
like
General's Office,
guys who just come in and
Solicitor's
bust
Office.
the scene and like act like they own the place, like some
And SLED.
bastardized combination of like
So
the
please stand.
FBI,
Yes, ma'am.
ATF, and, like just like everyone else. They have a very sort of
And who
colorful
are you
reputation.
related to?
Uh-oh. Well, that's good to know.
Sergeant,
That's
his
fine.
name again? Varnado. And what relation are you to him? And should
That's
he-
pretty
he
close.
testify in this case, or does that fact affect your ability to be a fair and
Texas
impartial
Rangers, except not in every
Pardon?
possible sense.
Like
Is he
not
on the
that level of
witness
professionalism.
Yes, sir, it is.
juror? Yeah. And the
But they're just as
fact
gung-ho.
that he's on the list to be a witness, would that prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? Any objection to this witness being excused?
Request further inquiry, Your Honor.
All right, we'll speak with you further.
What's your relation? Alex Murdaugh's my
Juror
father.
number-
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
He's my brother.
What's the name again? All right. And who is Tavara Edwards? All right. And the fact that that agency is involved or may be involved in this case, would that prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? All right. And your juror number is?
85.
All right. We'll speak with you a little bit later. If any juror or any member of your immediate family or
Alex Murdaugh
significant
fired,
other
shoot him in the
is
head.
employed
Part of the
by
insurance
or
scheme.
has ever been employed by the law firm of Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsworth, Dietrich,
Murdoch's law
or the
firm.
Parker Law Group, or if you've ever been sued or if someone from your
Spooky
immediate
Spoon wants to
family
know
has
if I
ever
can make
been
this sound
sued
better. From the court? No.
or represented by
No. No, I don't think I could do that.
Peters, Murdaugh,
I don't have the
Parker,
equipment for that.
Ellsworth,
Yeah.
or the Parker Law Group, or Alex Murdaugh. If
It's
so,
always
please
hard
stand.
with these courtroom live streams. It's really, really hard. You get what you
If
get.
you've ever attended any
One's better than
functions,
most.
events,
Yeah,
parties,
sounds
giveaways,
pretty good to me.
raffles, gatherings, or any other similar activity hosted by Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsworth, or Alex Murdaugh, or his family. If so, please stand. All right. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm a lawyer. I've been to functions through the Islandton bar.
And tell me your juror number.
704.
704. And would that fact affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Juror 705.
Yes, sir.
I actually shot Steve with Mr. Murdaugh's brother.
Do you believe that fact would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Thank you. Do you have any beliefs, religious or otherwise, that
I forget
would
what
preclude you from
someone
sitting
gives
on the
all
jury
super
and
chats out.
deciding
Does YouTube take
whether
30%
the
memberships or
defendant is
just super
guilty or
chat?
not guilty?
I think it's the
based
same
on law and
30%.
evidence?
I don't
so.
think it
Any
costs you
religious or
anymore. It
other beliefs
doesn't
that
any
would
more benefit
prevent
to
you
me.
from
It
serving,
just turns out to
please
be a free
stand.
advertising tool. So there's no benefit that sense. It's just
standing.
like $10 in super chat
We have a
is
long
great.
list of
$10
prospective
in
witnesses, and I
memberships
need you to
is just a
listen
free advertising
closely
tool. It's like if
to this rather extensive
percent of those people
list
choose to
of
renew their
prospective
membership,
witnesses,
it's like
and at the end,
then some of them might
I need to know
buy
if you
memberships and like, well,
know any of them, have had any relationship with any of them, and the degree of your acquaintance with them if you are familiar with them. Daniel Green of the Colleton County Sheriff's
feel like the
Office,
defense attorney
Chad
being a senator
McCowell,
seems like a conflict.
McDowell of the
South
Sheriff's
Carolina, it's
Office,
not in a lot of states.
William
Most
Cody Pruitt, Sheriff, formerly of the
many-
Sheriff's
many
Office,
states,
Tanisha Bryson
in many
Smith,
states, the
from the
legislature
County
is part-time.
Dispatch of Hampton County,
So it is not atypical
Angela
for
Stallings from the
legislatures
Colleton
to also
County,
have
a
active law
Colleton County
practices. So
dispatcher.
it's not unusual.
The other was Hampton County
Kurt,
dispatcher.
you're breaking up for me. I don't know if it's just me. It sounds like you were
Dathan
popping.
Varnado, from the Sheriff's
God
Office,
damn it.
Sorry.
Charlie Jones,
No, it's fine.
Fire and Rescue,
That's way better now.
Barry McCoy,
Thank you.
Fire and Rescue, Melinda Worley of SLED, Laura Rutland of the Sheriff's Office, Thomas Darnell of SLED, Rachel Wynn of SLED, Paul Greer of
Let's see if it
SLED,
helps.
Madison Willis of SLED, Julie Bergman of
Check
SLED,
1, 2. Is that good?
Octavia
It was a little
Cartwright
crackly
of
when you said
SLED,
two. Try it
Rachel
again.
Noel Johnson of
Check 1,
SLED,
2, 1, 2.
Christine Dadabo of SLED,
Yeah, Kurt is crunchy
Norris
is a good way to put it. You were
Lafitte.
crunchy, yeah.
Jeff Croft of SLED, Katie McAllister of SLED, Christian Moore of SLED, Jennifer Nates of SLED, Sarah Zapata of SLED, Kokila Kiki Wallace of SLED,
Lori asked, how
Megan
do you gift
Fletcher of
memberships? You
SLED,
gift memberships the same way
Britt
you would do a
Dove
super
of
chat.
SLED,
You hit the $sign.
Rebecca
Then
Grigg,
instead of
Greg
like,
of SLED, Bobby Bancroft of SLED,
like
How-
Brian Hudak of
prickly
SLED,
crackly.
Todd Schneck,
I know. I'm
SCHENK of
Because
SLED,
I hate when it happens to me. It throws me off.
Claude C.B. Rowe, Roger Dale Davis, Michelle Shelley Smith, Belinda Rast, Maylin Haynes, Barbara Mixon,
Still crunchy.
No.
Jonathan Van Houten of the Secret Service, Paul McMangle, Charleston County Sheriff's Office, Dylan Hightower, 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, Dwight Falkowski of the FBI, Tom Bevel,
Yeah.
John Bedingfield, Nathan Tootin,
Can't hear you,
Helen
dear.
Tootin, Wills Chapman, Marion Proctor,
I can
Chris
hear you.
Wilson, an attorney, Attorney Lee Cope, Attorney Mark Tinsley, Attorney Johnny Parker, Carson Burney from the Attorney General's Office, Michael Gunn,
Check
Jan
1, 2.
Malinowski, Carrie
that better?
Carrie Sauls,
Yeah.
Eric
Better.
Elliott, Ryan Kelly of SLED,
Okay, well, hopefully that
Andrew Farmer and Charles Long, former Hampton County EMS workers, Curtis Eddie Smith, Attorney Mark Ball, Matt Wright of SLED, Attorney
You know what I
Ronnie
like? I like when
Crosby,
things just work.
Attorney
That's
Dan
what I like.
Henderson,
Oh, yeah.
Savannah
Oh, yeah. You sound
Memorial
great now.
Hospital records of custodian, Jessica
Hey,
Dunavan,
gallivantress.
a registered nurse at Savannah Hospital, Tommy Robertson of SLED, Kenneth Martin of BGA, Sidney Freeman, Hunter Smith, Bailey Wilson, Anthony Russell of Colleton County Sheriff's Office, Joshua Dirk of SLED, Lynn Black of SLED, Blanca Turubiate Simpson, Kenny Hughes, Rogan Gibson, Will Loving, Bart Proctor, Randy Murdaugh, Jenny Sechinger, Annette Griswold, Paul Rudofsky of SLED, Alfred Johnson of JLA, David Grubb of the Attorney General's Office, David Garvin, Forensic Science Network, Kenny Kinsey from the Orangeburg Sheriff's Department, Dave Owens of SLED, Charles Gent of SLED, Ryan Neal of SLED, Oswald Toledo of the Attorney General's Office, Jason Chapman of the Sheriff's Office, Greg Cook, Courtney Adams of SLED, Jamar
Giddy up. I don't want diversity of
Albie
opinion or
Aldi of
diversity of
SLED.
race. How about that?
Alice Hazel, CPA,
Neither.
Mitchell Altman of SLED, Mark Altman, ITPSB, Stephen Bechtold, SLED, Attorney Eric Bland, Matt Brown of SLED, Frank Chapman, Charles Chapman, Delilah
All right, if that doesn't
Siriansi,
work, I'm just giving up the ghost on this thing.
Sarancion,
Don't do
of
it.
SLED,
Don't give up the ghost. You sound
Timmy
fine
Collier, Senior SLED, John Conley, Highway Patrol, Tyrone Corbin of the Varnville Fire Department, Keith Crosby of the Sheriff's Office, Gary Davis, Mary Dempsey, Richard Dixon, Morgan Dowdy, Richard Haley of the Sheriff's Office, Nancy Drawdy, David Drawdy from the Coroner's Office, Donna Eason, Ashlyn Gant, Hallie Godley of SLED, Virginia Hadwin, Jamie Hall of SLED, Scott Harriott, Richard Harvey of the Sheriff's Office, Laura Hash of SLED, Bailey Haynes of SLED,
SLED is the South
Michael
Carolina Law
Hazel,
Enforcement Division. It's the state
William
level police
Hedden,
in South Carolina.
Adrienne Hefney of SLED, Gray Lafitte Henderson, Kendrell Henderson from Hampton County Sheriff's Office, Marcus Haywood of SLED, Guri Buddy Hill from the Sheriff's Office, Tommy Hines from SLED, Jonathan Holbrook from SLED, Graham Holmes, Chandler Horney from SLED, Stephen Hudson, Jennifer Hunton from
All right.
SLED, William Hutto, Jessica James, Highway Department, Christy Gerald, Hannah Jefferson from SLED, Blake Johnson, SLED, Brian Jones of SLED, Pat Keegan of SLED, Tommy Kennard,
All
Tanya
potential
King,
witnesses,
Wayne
that's
Kirby
right.
III of SLED, Richard Neese, Mark Labrici from the FBI, Henry Lafitte, Attorney Rebecca Lafitte, Paul LaRosa of SLED, Stacy Lodholt of the Sheriff's Office, David Long, Sheriff's Office, Elizabeth Lafitte Melanowski, Vera Martinez of SLED, Linda McElhaney, William McElveen,
witnesses.
Leanne McGinnis, Jacqueline
long
McKay of SLED,
investigation.
Haley Moody, John Nelson of SLED, Haley Nelson of SLED, John Peters, William Polk.
Can you
of the
imagine being a
Sheriff's
defense
Office,
attorney in this
Captain
case and having
Samuel
to, like,
Wrigley of SLED,
vet all these witnesses, all these
Keshav
potential witnesses?
Patel,
No.
Like, where'd you even
Emily
start?
Reinhardt of SLED, Dr.
You
Ellen
have to try to
Reimer from
talk to them,
MUSC
look
Pathology,
into all of their histories, get their
George Rios,
personnel records if
Sheriff's
they're law
Office,
enforcement.
Major
This is a
Tommy
lot of
Robertson
prep work.
of SLED, Diane Rowe, Walter Salisbury,
I don't think I've ever
Anthony
had this many
Sampson of
witnesses in a
SLED,
case. And I've had cases with a lot of witnesses.
At
Christopher
this point, it'd
Serene,
probably be easier just to name people who aren't witnesses.
Fire and Rescue, Michael Tony Satterfield, Jeremy Smith from SLED, Khalid Smoke, James Talon III of SLED, Dana Temple of SLED, Courtney Thompson, Chelsea Townsend from DHEC, Philip Turner from SLED, Dr. Louise Vega, Russell Vernali from SLED, Tammy Weber, Glenn Welchler, Chad Westerndorf, Samuel White from the Hampton Sheriff's Office, Lawrence Wiggins, formerly of SLED, Matt Wild of the FBI, David Williams of SLED, Matthew Williams, CCFR, the Fire and Rescue, Madison Willis of SLED, list of doctors, Dr. William Bromberg, Savannah Hospital, Caitlin Bowman, Savannah Memorial Hospital, Dr. Carrie Jeter, Hospital, Alice Dion, the Nurse Hospital, Brandon Runyon, Doctor, Hospital,
30,000 in the
Brenna
county.
Casey,
900 juror
Doctor at
selections.
Savannah
I mean,
Memorial, Dr. James Mitchell,
This is
Savannah
significant.
Memorial.
So it's
Dr.
30,000
Brittany
people in
Matthews,
this
Savannah
county.
Memorial.
Yeah.
And from SLED,
900
Lisa
people.
Chapman,
Four
Bailey
deers.
Morgan, Margaret Pauley.
I can't believe they're still calling witnesses.
Also from SLED, Haley Fiorucci, Jennifer Hunton, Alani Nelson of the Sheriff's Office, David Weaver of SLED, Al Jarvis of SLED, Christopher Anderson, Arthur Badger, Johnny Bush, James Randall Drawdy, Angel
Johnny
Gary, Jordan Jenks, Damian Risher, Elise
Jordan Jenks doesn't even sound
Taylor
like a real
Mallory,
person.
Dion Martin, Thomas Moore, Pamela Pinckney, Natasha Thomas, Buster Murdaugh, John Marvin Murdaugh, Liz Murdaugh, Kennedy Brandstetter, Terry Brandstetter, Marion Brandstetter,
says email me. I
Russell
don't know what your email
Lafitte,
address is.
Jay McGill,
So you'll have to email
Joseph
me.
Dangle,
It's Kurt
Scott
at
McQuinn,
civillaw.com.
Charles Lafitte II and III, Harold Trey Matheson III, Megan Kimbrell, Terry Haynes, Kiner Trenherm, Attorney Amy Bauer, Stephanie Stanley of SLED, Dr. Robin Cotton, neck surgeon, Dr. Jonathan Eisenstadt, pathologist, Tim Palmbeck, crime scene, Mike Sutton, crime scene, Kenneth Zersey, crime scene, Jim Persinger, computer forensics, Chip Johnson, computer forensics, William Tobin, GSR, firearms and ballistics, Michael Sturgis, Cellbrite digital evidence, Dr. Amy Brodeur, Lynn Murdaugh Goetti, Dr. Donna Swartzwart Maddox, Eric Robinson, Kyla Robinson, and Philip Strother. If you're a friend, relative, associate, acquaintance of any of those witnesses, please stand and tell me about it.
That's going to be everybody.
You start on this side. Yes, sir. Juror number
Start on this side, go to that side. Okay, I'm going to count.
781. Yes, sir.
All right, 1. Let's take out the Maryland traffic code and count.
sorry,
Do you
Your
believe
Honor, I
that
didn't
would
catch
affect
that.
your
Could you repeat
ability
those
to
names
be a
again?
fair and impartial juror? All right, thank you, sir.
He can be fair.
Yes, ma'am.
64, Sergeant Murdaugh.
64.
Do you
And do
know
you
the
believe that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Muffin Man? The Muffin Man.
All right, thank you. You got a number down? Yes, sir.
808.
Number 3.
All right. Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Should she testify? Thank
One of
you.
them is your sister?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
Number 4.
Angela Foley.
All right. Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Thank you. In the back row, yes, sir.
Number 5.
Paul Murdaugh, Willis Chapman, Frank Chapman, Charles Chapman, Will Lovely, Richard Meese, all really good friends. Worked with Michael Hazel.
All right. And would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right, thank you.
803.
To the Murdaughs?
6.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
I might have missed one. 7.
Be a paramedic with fire rescue, work alongside all of the fire rescue officials, with the witnesses as well. Sheriff's office, work alongside them.
And do you believe that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right, thank you. That's all the questions, right?
I'm surprised. Only 7? With 100
All right,
witnesses?
as I indicated to you all, this is a trial that may go 2-3 weeks or so. If based on the length of the trial or any other factors that have not been considered, if you know of any reason, including those other factors, why
Speak
you
now.
should not be selected to be a juror, if so please stand.
They've given them every
All
opportunity
right.
to stand.
Yes, ma'am.
Juror number 763, my daughter is
Any objection to that juror being excused? All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Yes, ma'am. All right.
Could I ask the juror to clarify where she works again?
What's the name of the place again, ma'am?
Eden at Gracefield. I work for Paul and Laura Walker.
Eden at Grace Hill.
I believe that's where the defense is staying.
Okay. You don't want to disclose that, do you? Any objection to this juror being excused?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Based on all of the reasons you stood up, you're excused.
He tried. He popped up a lot. That's what the judge is saying.
Any additional voir dire questions proposed by the state or the defense?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated, we have your panel number 3. We have one more to go in the morning. Then we'll compile a list from which we will select a jury in this case. Anticipate selecting 18 people to serve. We need jurors who are available to serve. We don't want to put you on a jury and then have you give us a reason you can't serve. The reason I'm asking questions now is so that you can tell me if there are any reasons why you should not be selected to serve. If you know of any reason, please stand. All right. And the following jurors, we're going to let you all go in a minute, but I need the following to stay. Juror number 814 and number 7. If you'll stand as I call your number. Number 814. Is 814 here? Maybe people who are here.
He was transferred, Your Honor.
Pardon?
He was transferred, Your Honor.
Already transferred. 737. 885. 885.
He had been dismissed as well, Your
All
Honor.
right, 735. 735 is back there. We need to, still checking on habitual offender.
Oh yeah, the people with the criminal histories.
You're still checking?
Yes, sir. I think we need to address that back there.
All right.
If we could, Your Honor.
All right, number 888. 685. 705. 776. 778. 803. Are there any additional jurors?
Number 680, Your Honor.
Number 680. Who's 680? 680 here?
I'm sorry, been excused.
All right, strike that. Anyone else?
I believe that's all from the state, Your Honor.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we want you all to, well, it's already after 6. I'm supposed to call back after 6. Is it after 6? It is.
It is after 6, 6:17.
Yes, Judge.
We don't.
Could you call back after 6, like now?
He's lost track of time.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He's just
we told
going.
others to call after 6. We want you to call after 8. There'll be a message there telling you what time to come back. It'll either be late tomorrow or Wednesday morning. You're still on jury duty and you must report as instructed. It'll either be late tomorrow, 4 o'clock or so, or Wednesday morning. We hope we'll have a definitive time for you to return after we have finished screening the jury panel tomorrow morning. You call back at the number that the clerk provides, and the bailiffs will have those numbers as you exit if you don't already have them. And you all are free to go. Thank you very much. Please do not discuss the case with anyone. Discuss anything about the case. Do any research. Engage in any social media or any other means of ascertaining any information about the case. And we'll see you all later. Thank you. The jurors who stood, we need you all to remain, and we'll have you come back individually. We're getting there.
I think we're done with the public proceedings for the day because he's now going to do like the individual questioning off mic, and so the court's still in session. They're just doing individual stuff. So I guess that's just so and then they're just going to dismiss for the day. So I don't think there's anything left for today.
Right. Okay. Well, this has inspired me. After you're done here, I'm gonna just take some bits and pieces of this and kind of explain some things, like do like an explainer podcast live stream. Because this is actually, I thought I wasn't gonna really get anything out of this because you can't see them and it's just preliminary questions, but I actually got quite a bit out of it. So it
has a very sort of interesting atmosphere to it, doesn't it?
It
The way the
does.
questions are asked, the way they're answered. It's a very sort of interesting culture.
Yes, and it's humbling for me to remember every jurisdiction, every state, every county is different, has different laws, different conventions, and the way that they do something that I do every day, it's like still like, oh wow, this is completely different. This is so fascinating to me. So, yeah.
Yeah, and like a lot of this is not. Some of it is in the rules, but a lot of it's not. A lot of it's just like the style and culture of and of the judge too. It wouldn't shock me if you told me a different judge in this county or the neighboring county did things in a different way and it had a different style.
Right. That's
So
absolutely right.
That's the best. That's the real benefit of local counsel, is knowing how like things are done in reality. Because what it says in the books and what things and how things are done can be very different.
That's right. I mean, you even said it. Individual judges within a county may conduct their voir dire differently. And so if you're hiring an attorney for any criminal or any case, any type of case, try to get one in the county where you're appearing, not just the state, obviously, but someone who appears in front of that judge, who knows the judge. This is a great example of that.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see if the demeanor of the thing changes in different stages of trial, because that can be a thing too. Like, I like, for example, I think as a judge, if I were a judge, like I'd be a lot more casual about like rules of evidence in preliminary stages than in further stages, right? So like things like, things that would be more problematic at trial, I'd be like, it's a preliminary stage, it's not as big a deal. Because things are getting more and more formal, but other judges might care more since like their disposition of how they care about things as things are in a more formalized proceeding, and how they perceive what formalized proceedings are. Because this feels like, I don't know, feels like we're having a church picnic or something. Just feels like a little it's like, okay, we're gonna have some punch, and we're gonna have a square dance, and then we're gonna have the charity raffle,
and then we're gonna pick a jury.
Then we're gonna pick a jury.
It's so true.
Yeah. So it's interesting to know about like what people care about and when they care about and what not and stuff like that. And rule number one, don't piss off the judge. So if a judge has a particular style, it's helpful to fold into that. You don't want to come in there and be like, well, I'm a sophisticated New York lawyer, and I'm gonna argue this case like I'm in Manhattan. The judge will be like, what the hell is this?
Oh, they're gonna hate you. That's right. That's absolutely right. Give me 1 second. I've got my laptop's about to die. I didn't realize I didn't have it plugged in because I'm smart.
I'll see if James please do. I'm gonna see if James from court wants to join me. I'll send him a link, see if he wants to come on. Otherwise, I'm gonna wrap this up. But let me send him a link real fast. See if he can join us. That's a good idea. Someone's like, oh, you should invite James from court. I absolutely should. Let's see. Where is James from court? James from court. There he is. Hi, James. I'd like to follow you. I'd also like to send you a message. Great. Can you join my Murdaugh stream?
I'm back.
Send him a link. See what he says. Okay, great. So we'll see if James wants to, because he's there apparently in person somehow. So he just apparently is now the traveling.
So he's from court in South Carolina. Wow, James from court.
Yeah, apparently he decided to travel down there for the thing today. So he was apparently there.
You go, James. That's very, very inspiring.
He didn't end up giving up a number. Well, whether he was in court or not, it'd be interesting if he was there just to see what's happening in person, because I bet he had some experiences talking to people and seeing things from them. And he can tell me where the best places to park my car and tailgate and put up my little pup tent are, and start offering off tickets. We can do lotteries. We'll have like, I don't know. We'll have bets. Bets like, will this objection be? Well, what's the bet? Like 2-1. We'll start doing a pool numbers game. It'll be great right outside the courthouse. No problem.
I think that's a great idea. I think you can also like give us like the culinary delights in the area and stuff like that. Like,
Yeah, for sure. I bet there's a lot of great places. And one of them was a Waffle House manager. I'm like, given what we've seen about Waffle House, it's like, damn, man, they trained in combat.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I want that. I want the Waffle House manager on my jury. Shit.
They're trained in the martial arts.
I've seen some shit, dude. I know how people behave in the real world. I bet you do. I bet you know how they behave in the real world more than any of us.
Man, that girl throwing that chair. I should not say that, but this is human Natalie speaking, not lawyer Natalie. I was kind of upset that they fired her. I just feel like if you tussle with a Waffle House employee,
did they fire her? That's some.
They did.
That's some bullshit.
I didn't
what
like
they fire
that.
her for? she defended herself and defended her business and her customers, man.
That's right.
We don't want to fire her. Give her a goddamn medal.
I agree. I feel like if you come to Waffle House and you fight, you're expecting to get your butt kicked because they can fight.
Yeah,
they can really fight.
They have knives and shit too. So that wouldn't screw with them.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, sheet crab soup in Charleston for sure. Sheet crab soup, absolutely, in Charleston. South Charleston's a beautiful place. I love it down there.
Yeah.
I love the way it smells down there. Some people don't like it with the pluff mud and the way it smells, but I kind of like it. It's always very.
What is that from?
nice.
Because I noticed that when we were there. So that's where we were. We were in the Charleston area for. So I've been in South Carolina
It's
twice
basically
this year.
decaying fish. Is basically what that is. It's the smell of decaying fish, but it smells. It's aquatic fish, but it's from in the mud, but it smells a particular way, and I kind of like the way it smells. So.
Okay. Well, the Eastern Shore has a smell, and that's chickens. Because there's a lot of chicken farms on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. Like Purdue Chicken and stuff is based out of there. So you get a lot of that chicken smell. And some people say it smells like money to them because there's so much money in it. Yeah. So I can kind of get that.
At least when I was down there, you could buy like shrimp for like basically nothing. I don't know if it's still the same way now, but because you had the boats and stuff out there, and you could get it and buy how much do you want? Like a 55-gallon drum of the shit? We'll just sell you a whole drum for like $3.
Oh my God.
Not really, but close.
I was about to say, whoa.
So it's a very, very cool thing. My family lived in Beaufort for a while. That's right down there in Charleston, right down there, low country. And it's just it's a very beautiful place. It's just, low, the, water with the grasslands, it's kind of swampy, but it's just very beautiful. You get the like the willow trees with the leaves and the stuff. And it's just like, and so the grass and the water line, like the beach, has this nice thing going on. It's pretty badass. And Charleston does have some delicious food, man. I mean, they can roll down deep in Charleston for sure. And they still have the market down there in Charleston.
Yeah, we passed by there.
Market.
Yeah.
It's an interesting place.
Yeah, it's got a lot of history behind it.
Yes, it is. We've changed what we're selling somewhat dramatically over time.
Yep. Yeah. So no, I mean, but like it's interesting that the structure itself is still there, and it's still a place of commerce. They're just not selling people there.
Yeah, less with the people.
Yeah, more with like, just like regular shit instead of being weirdos, But yeah, I really did enjoy the trip there this November. And I do want to go back because it was my first time really spending any significant time in the state of my birth since I left there as like a small child, like 4 or 5 years old.
That's cool. Yeah. And it's got Rainbow Road too, and the architecture of Charleston is just very sort of classic. And
I've heard.
And they still got, you can get the horse tour, which I recommend if you're ever down there. Do the touristy thing, get on the horse, and do with the cobble streets and walk around and learn the history of the thing. It's like very cool.
Yeah. Oh, and the pralines.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about that yet, but that is a good dessert. Yeah, it was like in all of the candy shops and gift shops and stuff. It was like these pecans covered in like caramel. Oh my God. And they said it was like a South Carolina thing. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't, but it was really, really good. And everybody who made it did it very well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really, really cool thing. I definitely recommend it, checking it out. And Low Country is really, really interesting. And Hilton Head Island is also down that way. So if you like golf, you can go check out Hilton Head Island and stuff like that. So that's cool.
Yeah. It's a good place for like whether you have a big budget or not, because there's a lot of things to do. Like they're very aware of like, tourist attractions and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. So I speak very highly of it. South Carolina is just a beautiful state. It's where my family lives now, up in Greenville. So they moved to the other corner of the state where Clemson's near Greenville, where I went to school. Greenville's up and coming. it's grown so explosively, especially in the last couple of years. It's just a really thriving place. Real nice art community up there. Very sort of little kind of bohemian, southern bohemian kind of thing going on there. It's kind of cool. Art, creativity scene up there too. Also up there near Greenville is BMW's headquarters. When BMW North America, that's where they make all the X3 and X5 SUVs and X7. I think they make all the SUVs out of that plant in Greenville. And I've done the tour before, which is also very cool and recommended if you're up that way.
Okay.
And so ever since BMW came there, it's just been a thriving place it was a wonderful boon for South Carolina. They do so much business, so much shipping, and because they make the SUVs for everywhere in the world, so much goes through the port. The port of Charleston
there's the port right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did not know that BMW, was in the U.S. was stationed in South Carolina. That's very, very interesting.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. Huge plant. And it's a very interesting tour, and they show you how everything is made, and it's just very cool.
I don't know, man, because when I used to have a BMW, all the prices for every little thing that I did on it was like, oh, the import fees. And I'm like, importing from where now? Germany or South Carolina?
Yeah,
now I'm wondering if I got ripped off.
If you get an SUV, if you got a BMW SUV,
it wasn't.
Less with the import fees.
It was a 5 Series. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
No.
there you go. Yeah, they only make the SUVs out of there.
So. Oh, okay. Yeah, you did say that. Yeah.
And Boeing is also a very big employer down there. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. A huge employer down there.
Yeah.
So,
I hope they have a diversity of industry, because if something decides to pick up and go, I hate to see people get stranded, but that is good.
And then we have Myrtle Beach, where it's just Surfside USA kitsch. That's Myrtle Beach. It is the most it might be the most kitschy Surfside city possibly anywhere. It's very interesting, and apparently also the mini golf capital of the world. They have like more mini golf per capita there than like anywhere else. And also the mini golf championship. So if you like mini golf and also go-karting, Myrtle Beach is for you.
Well, I like go-karting, and I do like mini golf. I don't like real golf. I suck at it. I've tried a bunch of times. I'm so bad. I need to take lessons or something. But putt, I'm all about that now.
So Myrtle Beach that's the next place you got to go to do your vacation.
Are there mini golf courses like themed with
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love those. The kitschier the better. Those are my favorite.
Oh no, Myrtle Beach is all kitsch. It's total kitsch.
I've never been there. I've got to go now. I love stuff like that. It's so much fun.
Beach music and all that stuff. Oh sure, yeah, absolutely. So I love the state and its history, and Fort Sumter's out there, and that's an interesting tour as well in Charleston. To see where the Civil War started. That's pretty cool. And, a lot of history for better or worse. And it's just an interesting place. I recommend.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the good things about South Carolina's tourism industry is that when it comes to the worst part of the history, and, I'm not putting it in quotation marks to downplay it, I'm putting it in quotation marks to amplify. They lean into it. Like they're like, oh yeah, like here's a plantation and this is what happened here. And here's a food tour. We're going to tell you about slave food and free people's food. And, like the influence of the indigenous populations on the culinary scene. Here's the place where we used to sell people, you know what I'm saying? Like, and this is what happened here. Like sometimes you go certain places, and I've taken some tours like that where it's like, this is definitely a plantation and no one's saying anything. Why is no one saying anything? South Carolina is not like that at all.
No.
For better or worse. That's just what it is.
Yeah. I could definitely see myself living there again. I have fond memories of the place, and of course, where'd you go to undergrad?
Me, I went to New York University.
Okay. So
yeah,
quite a bit different than my experience.
Quite a bit. My mother went to the University of South Carolina, which I think I told you. You said you went to Clemson? You went to Clemson Law School or undergrad?
Clemson doesn't have a law school. I went to University of Akron for law school.
University of Akron. Okay, so a partner in the law firm I used to work at, she went to Clemson, and she's like big into. I guess you guys have a big football team there.
Oh yeah, we've
Yeah.
especially in recent years we've won national championship a couple times. We've been doing good.
Yeah, she was big into that. So
Yeah, and we've been doing well in other sports too, soccer, baseball. We kick at our career team is very good. So, you know, we kick ass in all the things.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So we will be on tomorrow as well, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern, which is 8 a.m. Central. We will be doing this again for jury selection day 2. And then we'll be rolling right into trial whenever that's going to be. I don't know if that's going to be Wednesday or if that's going to be Monday. So we'll find out, I suppose, as we go on. And I assume they're going to start Wednesday with the actual trial, get this thing started and rolling. And then we'll just see we'll learn a lot from the opening arguments in terms of, hopefully we'll learn a lot if they do their job, which I have every expectation they will.
Yes.
We'll learn a lot in terms of what they think the case looks like and how they plan to put together a puzzle of what this looks like and what kind of evidence they're going to do. Should be pretty badass.
I'm looking forward to it, particularly because, as you said, the prosecution in particular, they're really going to get into those facts. They're really going to get into those facts. So I'm very, very excited to see what they have to say.
Someone asked, what team was I on at Clemson? Fencing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I was on the track team at NYU.
Not like a varsity sport or anything, but yeah, fencing team.
Is it not? I don't know.
No.
Don't fencing people go to the Olympics and stuff? I think it's a pretty serious sport. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I have a weird perspective because NYU is a weird school. They're D3 because, so NYU is D3 because they got kicked out of D1 in the 1920s for illegal sports betting and like participating in that. And they are never allowed back into Division I sports. But there are some teams all this time that still treat the sports very seriously there. And I feel like the fencing team, they took themselves very seriously at NYU. Even though they were a Division III fencing team, they were like very, very serious about what they did. So I always took them seriously.
That's cool. Well, maybe they're a little more serious about it than we were. It's not one of Clemson's premier things, but you know, it was a fun thing. So yeah, we'll be on tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern with day 2 of all this. And you know, now if you want to join me, as always, feel free to send me a message. I'll send you a link or whatever and go from there.
Yeah, I will absolutely be dropping in with you now that I know that you're doing that. I myself am going to, if you don't mind me saying this, I'm going to be doing like little recaps at the end of the days when I can.
Oh, sure.
So you guys come and check me out. And after I sign off with you, I'm going to do just a quick little, pick some little parts from the video and kind of explain some things and answer your guys' questions about the jury selection with the benefit of hindsight now. So yeah, come and join me over there when you guys are done with Kurt.
Yeah. And this should, when I end this stream, automatically redirect you to my stream for tomorrow so that you have that link to make sure to do that. So when you finish here, please follow the redirect to make sure to like that and, you know, bookmark it for tomorrow and then head your way over to Natalie the Lawyer Chick and check her stuff out later tonight when she posts that, because that should be fun. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off because we're done for the day here in the Low Country, South Carolina, but maybe I'll travel down there. Maybe I'll travel down there and we'll do live from, you know, it's uncivil law, and we'll just hang out in the courtyard and stream this thing if I can figure out how to make that work, because that sounds pretty hilarious.
I absolutely think you should do that. I am gonna watch. If you do that, I'm so excited to watch that. All right, I'll see you later, Kurt. I'm gonna sign off with you.
I'll talk to you again soon.
Okay, bye guys.
Bye-bye.